video brought to you by Coffee Brand Coffee. It's the best coffee branded coffee that's coffee that's branded coffee. It's coffee. It's really good coffee. You should check it out. Go to coffeebrandcoffee.com. Use promo code VETS. That's VETS VETS. Get 10% off. Coffee!
I have a knife in my foot, Sergeant.
Oh, yes. Of course. That's it. The knife. What is your name, soldier?
Spitty Riker.
No. Your name is Private Idiot. Do you know why?
Because I have a knife in my foot.
That was weird. There was no coffee commercial. Where the hell's the damn coffee commercial? It was supposed to be on there.
It was in there. I heard it.
Did it? Was it in there? Okay,
Yeah.
maybe I wasn't paying attention. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at all the chat. Well, how are we doing tonight, guys? Here, check us out. I got a button. Welcome to Knife Hands, ladies and gentlemen. Our politics show over here on Thursday night. As you can see, Adam is not with us this evening. He's not feeling so good. So shout out to Soldier Spirit. All of your well wishes and prayers be with him. So that way, hopefully, he'll be feeling better very soon. I appreciate all of you guys being here tonight. We've got 13 of y'all watching it already. If you haven't already, make sure you smash that like button. Welcome to our evening show. Obviously, as you can tell from the title, Trump has been banned from Colorado, according to their Supreme Court. And apparently the White House is absolutely pissed about it. And a Texas gun owner actually takes his own rights into his own hands and scares some criminals off. And we're going to talk about all of those wonderful things this evening because there's a lot going on out there in the political sphere of the world. Things are going crazy. As we do know, there is an election year coming up and things are about to get a whole lot more wild next year. So to talk about all of that and this and so much more and whatever else we get into, we're going to get into one of our regular co-hosts around here who is here almost every single stream. Devil made me do it. How we doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing good. Happy to be here and can't wait to talk about that bullshit from Colorado.
Here, here. Bullshit indeed it is. And speaking of a man who can sniff out some serious old bullshit out there, but also knows how to sniff out a very fine bourbon. Big Rob, how you doing tonight, brother?
What's going on, fellas? Doing well.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. So Adam is feeling sick. I think Gal said she was feeling sick.
Yep.
I think that's all I see on my Twitter feed is everybody's sick. And that sucks, man. I think it's just going around. It's that time of year.
That's what they get for making out the Christmas party.
Maybe they got some of that Chinese pneumonia. Is that what's going on? Is that the new thing?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows? There's always something going on. We'll see. And then that's the other thing, too, is like one of my regulars on my daytime show over on Rumble, Apple Eater with Rome, I hadn't seen her in like a week and a half. And she comes back in today and like her family all either had RSV or a freaking stomach flu. And so like, she was like, I just had to spend a small fortune on sheets. I'm like, she was like, yeah, there was no wash in those. I was like, too much information. She was way more graphic than what I'm being, trust me. But yeah, and then like I know like my kids have been like one of my kids has been like off and on sick for like a couple of weeks. My daughter had my youngest one had a fever like a little bit ago. Like this freaking weather, man. It's just being freaking ridiculous and messing with everybody. So yeah, holidays, shit, everybody, shit is going around. That is for sure. So Alrighty. Well, let's say hi to all of the chat real quick, and then we'll get into it. We might have some other people join us throughout the evening going on. We might even pop out a few extra links to a few people that we know and love out there in case we get a couple of more people in just to see how everything's going. But let's say hi to, of course, the most important part of the show at the end of the day, our dear sweet chat, because without you guys, we'd just be sitting here talking to ourselves, and that would be really, really boring. So over on the Rumble side, we have Grumbly Tech coming in over there. Appreciate you being over there, Grumbly Tech. And then, of course, always our dear sweet Chaya Miller coming in right at the beginning. First one in the house. And then Bubba M at motherfucking Ford says, let's go. Good to see you. And then, of course, dear sweet Emily Vestal. Good evening from Georgia. Good evening, Emily. Glad you made it in today, this evening as well. And then, of course, there is my alternative personality out there in the chat if you weren't aware of that. And, of course, the always wonderful, always making everybody hungry and all the gilded chats out there, Boosh McFadden going knife hands. Yes, indeed. And Jared Powell. Yes, the coffee commercial. Yes, the coffee. It's like, it's coffee. It's a branded after like coffee. It's really good coffee. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Shout out to Adam. Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips. Good to see you. Another one of our fine channel members over here. Appreciate you being here, as well as Bubba as well. And Real Wade Nation just crossed 1,000 subscribers over on YouTube. So shout out to Wade. Good job for all the hard work on that, man. Bring back common sense as well. Good to see you in here. Glad you made it in. So I hope y'all love to wish you everyone a safe Christmas. Well, I hope you have a safe Christmas too. Oh, and Mike has bad knees. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Says, I'm sick too. I'm telling you, this crap is going around. This crap is absolutely going around. It's ridiculous. Make sure we didn't miss anybody else. Venom Blade, another one of our fine channel members. Good to see you, Venom Blade. My people, how are you? We are doing quite well, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. And Gerard Powell. Hi from Texas. Well, hello, my fellow Texan. Good to see you, Gerald. Good to see you, Gerald. Appreciate that. All righty. So let's see what we've got here. So this is kind of a two. This article is going to kind of be a 2-for-1 because it goes into what obviously we know about Colorado and what their Supreme Court did to our dear sweet President Trump over here. And apparently it's not just us that are pissed about it. Because as many of you might not be well aware, Colorado may or may not be well aware of Colorado Supreme Court this week, because of trumped up nonsense under the 14th Amendment and some other, not even the 14th Amendment. They're trying to say that even though Trump's never been charged with like inciting a riot or anything like that, they're trying to go like the high crimes and misdemeanors. Does anybody else know a little bit more about exactly what was going on with Colorado? Devil, I know you mentioned something about it earlier.
I'm not quite. It's they're doing it under the 14th Amendment. They're essentially saying that since he incited an insurrection, it disqualifies him because if you bring up arms or something against the United States, you'd be disqualified. So they're trying to classify that as it. I think is what I'm hearing.
Something like that. So I think it was originally intended because of the Civil War.
Right.
And they use some mental gymnastics to try to apply it to the current situation. And I think they know that it's doomed to get rejected, which is why I think they stayed it in the Supreme Court. But I don't know, man. I think it's a bold move. I think they think they're doing the party a favor. And as far as Biden being pissed, I'm sure that guy has no clue what's going on. It's probably his staffers that are pissed because we're going to get to that, the appearance. But yeah, I think and it's scary times. It's pretty blatant and flagrant, use of power, abuse of power. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, this is the kind of thing you see in a banana republic, right? Isn't that always the argument that's made? Because you don't go after your political opponents with your justice system. You know what I mean? That's not how it works. And that's very obvious what they're doing. And it's very obvious to the White House as well. Because this is from the Blaze, shout out to the Blaze Media. Democrats privately admit the inevitable after Colorado bars Trump from ballot, attempting election interference. Democrats are privately upset with the Colorado Supreme Court because they believe the ruling that bars Donald Trump from the Colorado's ballot will ultimately help the former president. The message of President Joe Biden's campaign is clear. Trump is an existential threat to American democracy. But officials in the Biden administration and Biden campaign fear that Colorado Supreme Court has undercut the narrative. NBC News, citing sources, reported that the officials in both the White House and Biden campaign are pissed with the Colorado Supreme Court because the ruling makes it look like Colorado's attempting election interference through non-elected Democrat-appointed justices with funding from shady left-wing donors. In fact, Democratic officials are so worried about the political ramifications of the ruling that they hope the Supreme Court justices unanimously rule in Trump's favor if and when they hear an appeal of the Colorado decision. We all hope Biden wakes up on Christmas morning to an A3 story in the Delaware News Journal saying that the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 in favor of Trump, a Democratic source told NBC News. There's that another legal judgment against Trump would help his campaign is not a surprise. After all, Trump's polling only went up after his criminal indictments, and now he leads Biden in most polls. Democratic strategist Chris Koffness told NBC News the Colorado decision feeds the Trump persecution complex. But it does more than that. For the average American, the decision proves it. Not only are 3 different prosecutors hoping to bring Trump to trial in the middle of the 2024 campaign, but now 4 non-elected Democratic-appointed justices have removed Trump from one state's ballot. It's a bad look for Biden and Democrats, who are on the side that claims to be the defenders of American democracy, especially when they decried election security laws in Georgia as Jim Crow 2.0. Former Attorney General Bill Barr summarized the political impact that Colorado's decision will have on voters. This kind of action, stretching the law, taking these hyper-aggressive positions to try to knock Trump out of the race, are counterproductive. They backfire, he said on CNN of all places. He feeds on grievances just like fire feeds on oxygen. This is going to end up as a grievance that helps him.
Man, that's crazy.
That's exactly what the thing is.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to ask. Do you guys agree with the conclusion that even the Democrats are coming to at this point, that all this is going to do is help Trump if this proceeds and they continue doing this nonsense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's exactly what the article said. What was the biggest selling shirt of the year probably was Trump's face on the mugshot shirt, right? I mean, it's everything they tried to go against him hurts them. When the news, he called news fake news. What did they do? They proved they were fake news by lying about him and stuff like that. What ended up doing? It hurt them and made him more successful. Now you have the same thing here. He says they're trying to go against me. They're going to use shady tactics. Then you have this happen. All it does is make him right. And you guys look like the bad guys. It's the stupidest thing. And it also gives room for other people to do the same thing to Biden. What if Texas all of a sudden says we won't let Biden on the thing because he's obviously mentally ill? And
yeah, I think Florida floated that idea around at one point too. I think.
Yeah,
taking Biden off the ballot. Then I mean, at that point, I think the country's doomed if that stuff starts happening.
Yeah, and that's the kind of political back and forth that we don't need. And that's the kind of stuff. There's a reason why we've never done this kind of stuff in the past, right? There's a reason why we didn't use impeachment as a political weapon, because that leads to the back and forth. That leads to the tit for tat. Well, if you're going to do it, then guess what? We're going to do it too. And then all of a sudden, we used to have a country that at least semi tried to talk to each other and abided by a certain amount of respectable rules, respectable manners, I guess might be the best way to look at it, to basically just a free for all and just going back and forth with each other and go, as soon as I get in power, well, then I'm just going to screw you over as hard as I can. And the problem is the Democrats are the ones that laid the first move when they decided to impeach Trump over trying to expose Biden for doing some nonsense, that we all had on camera that we'd all known he'd done.
Yeah. And that's always how it is. The Democrats make the first move. And then when you give it back to them, they go, oh, that's unfair. Mm-hmm. That's always how it is.
Yeah, I am tired of the Republicans trying to take the high road, on a lot of these issues. That one side will pull out all the dirty tactics and just you see what they're doing, and then when the tables turn, instead of doing the same thing or kind of throwing it back in their face, it's like all these Republicans like, oh no, we got to take the high road. We can't be like them. I'm like, well, okay, we'll just keep losing then.
Well, and you're absolutely spot on, and that's one of the biggest problems we have with a lot of our elected officials. Especially the Republican governors, a lot of the Republican attorney generals, obviously a lot of the ones in Congress, is that's their problem. Is they are playing by a set of rules that existed 40 years ago. You know what I mean? The kind of give and take, the back and forth, the push and pull. We'll compromise this time, you compromise next time. Those aren't the rules anymore, because the Democrats proved that as soon as they have power, they'll ram through anything and everything they possibly can with no abandon for, we'll just do it and let the Supreme Court decide. You know what I mean? They'll just, we know it's probably unconstitutional, but we're going to do it anyway. And then we'll let the Supreme Court work it out, which then, of course, it's 6 months to a year sometimes before anything's resolved like that. And then you have a bunch of people that complied with stuff that they shouldn't had to. And, now there's all kinds of horrible consequences falling down from that. But yeah, I don't know. That's the problem, is we need more of these Republican governors and these Republican Congresses when they do get in power to do things, right? Stop trying to compromise. If you've got the numbers to push through your agenda, damn it, push through your agenda. That's what the voters put you for. That's what the grassroots wants. The polls show you time and time again, and you don't win without the grassroots. That's how Trump won. So if you listen to your base, you listen to your grassroots, we're going to back you up. This is the problem. They care what the mainstream media thinks about them and not what their voters think about them. They care more about what the New York Times thinks about them and what they're going to write about them than what our voters will say about them. And that's part of the problem.
Yeah. I try not to put too much stock or energy in any politician, and I'm just trying to figure out where I stand on all this. Trying to claim a Republican or conservative just kind of makes me feel gross sometimes, when you have people that are just kind of going along with everything. And they're like, well, this is not the party that I'm a part of. And they're all the same. Democrat, Republican, they're all towing the same line. They're all doing the same thing. And
I'm not against what the Republicans are supposed to stand for. I'm against what they actually do.
Right.
I don't think Republican's a dirty word. I think the politicians who've been part of the party for way too long have made it a dirty word.
Like McConnell.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. McConnell and who's the one that just lost the House?
What's his name?
Kevin McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah.
Former speaker.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. We've got a very lot of weak people. But I just threw this banner up at the bottom because I will remind everybody tonight, as is always the rules around here, this is a drinking show as well. So any super chat you send of any amount will get you a social drink, and any super chat of $20 or more will get you taken care of a shot this evening. So if you'd like to help support the channel, by all means, that's one of the absolute best ways to do it. So please check that out. And cheers to all of you wonderful folks out there in the chat. Horny Alf, I know you've showed up as well, and Jim Bone over there on the Rumble as well. So good to see you guys. Appreciate you being here. And Gal, I hope you feel better very soon as well. I know you're out there as well. So cheers to all you folks out there. Hope you get to feeling better very soon.
Do you guys think that Biden actually sits there with his phone scrolling on Twitter? I really doubt it. I really doubt it.
He doesn't even know. If somebody doesn't give him a talking point about Twitter before he walks out on stage, he forgets what a Twitter is.
Yeah. Did you see him that one time he was on stage and he was trying to play a song? God, what was it? It's a reggaeton guy. But he pulled out his phone and he was trying to put it on. I think it was Pitbull. Had him on stage.
Had a Spanish thing.
Yeah, he was trying to use his phone. And he holds it up to the speaker. I'm like, yeah, that dude ain't tweeting nobody.
He's all, you're Spanish. Here, look at the Spanish music. It's all like, oh my God, dude, talk about.
Yeah. I hate politicians. They're awful.
Could you imagine if a conservative person did that? It's all like, here, I'm going to put on some Tupac. You people like that, right? It's like, what?
Dude, you guys remember when
you would not hear the end of it on all of the networks, man. Oh god.
Well, you guys remember when Hillary Clinton pulled out that bottle of hot sauce out of her purse in San Antonio?
Oh, I take it everywhere.
Yeah.
Or when they start talking the way they do. When she was in the Baptist church or whatever, and she starts doing what what their
The
pastors
Arkansas
normally do.
accent.
Yeah, I'm like, oh god, here we go. And nobody says anything. They're just like, oh, that's cool, very normal. I'm like, all right,
White people, am I right?
Right. Well, and that was the funny part, because if you go back to the 90s and you watch videos of when like she's campaigning for Bill in like New York versus when she's campaigning in her home state of Arkansas, completely and totally different accents. Her Arkansas doesn't come out unless she's in fucking Arkansas, dude. They're all so fake, and they are some of the absolute worst, man. So ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, so if you've ever gone to so I'm originally from California and grew up in the city, and then when you live in the South for so long, some of the stuff, the dialect, the mannerisms and the twang start to rub off on you. And then when I lived in Hawaii for a little bit, and even there you get influenced by what they call it broke mouth, pidgin or whatever. And but it's very minor, right? Well, when these politicians do it, it's like, it's like way over the top.
Yeah, it really is. Because I mean, like my mom lived in Wisconsin for like 5 years, and like to this day, if you ask her to say house and ocean, her O's are still long.
She goes house. It's a nice house.
Yeah, because she used to live. She got stationed in South Carolina, and she at Fort Bragg, and when she was living out there, she was like, my house is by the ocean, and everybody, and so like the rest of the builders were like, Danny, say my house is by the ocean. My house is by the ocean. She still does that. It's not as bad anymore because she's been back in Missouri for like 20 years now, but like you'll still catch her occasionally. She'll slur her O's, and it's really freaking funny. But that's so true, because you naturally find yourself picking up the dialect of the people around you. It's just part of the natural human ability to adapt to your environment and adapt to your situations. You're gonna pick it up because it's part of just blending in with the crowd.
There is a line, though. There is a line that you should not cross, and these politicians do it quite often and successfully.
Well, yeah, because I mean they're pandering. Go ahead.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. You pick up the dialect you hear every day. You start, but at the same time they do it like it's like she's talking completely normal an hour later.
Yeah.
They all thought we couldn't do it, y'all. And so what the hell are you?
I think Key and Peele have a good skit with Obama. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but he's talking to a bunch of like white politicians. I was like, hey, how's it going? And then he gets to like the black politicians and is like, hey, what's up? Like, oh, come on, man.
Well, dude, and it's so true, because there are people that's exactly what they're like, and that's why we laugh about it, because it's true. People like that freaking do that nonsense. They're also double faced, man.
Yeah.
Well, the problem they're having is now with the internet and 24-hour news, everything is in your face. Like politicians used to get away with that. I'm sure they've been doing it for a long time. All the politicians 40 years ago would go to southern states and start speaking with a southern accent, but now you're on camera 24/7 if you're a politician. So when you do shit like that, it's going to come up and people are going to see you as a fake, So yeah, they need to start changing their tactics. And unfortunately these, monoliths can't. They don't know how. They don't know how to play the game any other way than it's been played for the past, 60, 80 years. So
yeah.
Well, I mean, that is true. There's reports going all the way back to the days of, going on train to, state to state to state to campaign politicians' accents would change based on the state that they were in, because it made you more relatable to the people. And if the people felt you were more relatable, then they would be more likely to vote for you, and obviously, like you said, Devil, you got a great point. This ain't that time anymore. We have every person out there with a cell phone is a reporter now. Every single one of them is, and they can't hide anything from us anymore. And that's the reason why they fail. And it's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Thank God for the internet.
Yeah. I mean, even not just in that, also in the other stuff like Hillary Clinton's bag of deplorables. They used to get away with stuff like that because the only place it would be printed is in the local paper. So nobody in any other city would know shit about it, because unless they get your local paper, how would they? But yeah, now they say these things and you have them on the record. They can't go back and say, I never said that. That's funny. We got you on video. You know,
they still try to claim that. I never said it. Like, we have you on tape. I don't know. Next question.
That's actually what happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's freaking
hilarious. I am interested to see how this one plays out. I think that they, like I said earlier, they know it's probably not going to hold up if it goes up to the actual Supreme Court. But also maybe it's just an attempt to kind of set the precedence with all these other states, and they're just going to bog the system down and bog him down, and all his lawyers, and that they know it's not going to hold. But I think that's just part of the plan. Just bog the system down, and I don't know. Hopefully hopefully this goes away. But also, I think maybe they're more conspiracy happen. Maybe they're trying to instigate a reaction from one side.
It's very possible. Like I said, it's definitely going to go up to the Supreme Court. There's no way it won't. They'll fast track it because they have to. I mean, it won't matter in a year, really. But they'll fast track it. It'll go before the Supreme Court. It's going to get shot down. Every like even people on the left who are scholars. What do you call it? Political scholars, or whatever you call it, for the Supreme Court, they've all said this is not going to hold up. It's never, because you would literally give the states the ability to decide for their people who they can and can't vote for, and that's one of the things that's enshrined in there. You can't do that. You can't sit there and say you can't vote for them,
especially these unelected judges that decided this too.
Exactly. So it's going to get shot down, especially because the Supreme Court hates when courts try to take power away from the electors. That's the reason why they failed to take up certain cases, because they said this is actually Congress's job. This isn't our job. So I think they're going to see this as a complete overreach by a court, and they're going to probably shoot it down real quickly. But like we've been saying, it doesn't matter. It's going to help Trump every second till then, and probably beyond. This is a massive good thing for him, even though it's an awful thing for our country that we would have this happen. Yeah. So I can't wait for it to get shot down. And I really hope that these people feel shame, these people, because it's awful. Like I said, it's good for us, but it's just awful that they would do this. It's shameful.
Yeah.
Well, it's sad that the whole gentleman's agreement that politicians used to have is so far gone from what it used to be. There's a reason why they were always required to wear a suit and tie. There's a reason why hats weren't allowed on the congressional floor. There's a reason why all of these rules were put in place, because there was supposed to be a certain air of respectability that came with those offices. And even if you were a shady douchebag behind the scenes, you always tried to put on a face of honorability, right? There's certain rules you didn't cross, there's certain lines you didn't cross. All of that honor has gone completely out the window. Even the facade of it. If all it ever was just a facade, even the facade's gone. They're out and out doing this. And that's the other thing, is one of the things they like to point out in this article a couple of different times is this: in Colorado, their Supreme Court is not elected. It is an appointed Supreme Court. And since Democrats have been in charge of freaking Colorado for the last 30 years, more or less, yeah, of course they're going to be a bunch of corrupt ideologues that the only thing they're going to vote on is party lines and however they can screw over the other side. So freaking color us shocked there.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with the decorum thing in a way, because I believe that if you found out a president while he was in office did something illegal, he should be held accountable. What the problem is they're going after Trump for bullshit. Right. If they actually found that he did something criminal, went after him, I wouldn't have an argument, a leg to stand on. But the stuff they're going after him for is just bullshit. Yeah. And that's the problem is I'm not against breaking down because you're right. There's always been this tacit agreement that okay, I'm going to do illegal stuff and you're not going to hold me accountable, and you can do illegal stuff and I'm not going to hold you accountable. So the left and right will sit there and tear on each other, but they'll never hold each other accountable. And because they all have skeletons in their closet. And I'm all for tearing that down. I wish we could arrest more politicians. In fact, I think we should arrest them all. But I'm fair with that. Do it for actual crimes. Do it when there's actually evidence that they did something wrong, not because some judge who's far left says, oh, you overvalued your property, not according to every property around it, but okay. You know, like that kind of shit is the thing that's really ripping people up and really pushing them to you know, go for Trump. There's a reason he's ahead in almost every poll. Even the polls that are skewed.
Shot.
Yeah, even the polls that are skewed, they're even. If they're even on that poll, it actually means he's ahead. You know, so yeah,
because they
see. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. And like you said, that their polls are skewed because they oversample Democrats. There's a really, if anybody ever wants to look in some really good polls, they don't do national polling. They only do state by state polling, but they have been the most accurate over like the last 3 election cycles. And that is Trafalgar. Trafalgar is really good. The reason why Trafalgar is good is because they don't oversample Republicans, but they work really hard to get an equal amount of Democrats and Republicans. And the reason why a lot of these big polling companies out there get such poor numbers, and that why they've been wrong so consistently over the last few years or the last few election cycles, is because of the fact that they undersample Republicans, but Republicans are generally harder to get a hold of. Right. They're less likely to pick up the phone call to a number they don't know. If they hear like an automated message, they're more likely to hang up. You know, and even then when Democrats answer polls, a lot of times they're less likely to give honest answers too, versus giving the answer that they think the poll person wants them to hear as well. And that stuff's been shown in studies in the past as well. So if you really want a good poll results, check out Trafalgar. But yeah, that's the problem, is they always oversample one size or the other. And like places like NBC and the New York Times are the worst. I mean, the point margins will be like 20 points. It'll be like they'll take like 60% of Democrats and it'll be like 40% Republicans, or sometimes it's way worse than even that. Like the polls are really screwed from a lot of the legacy media out there.
Yeah, a lot of them, some of them are 2 for every 1. Well, how are you supposed to get an odd thing if you have 2 Democrats for every 1 Republican? Of course, it's going to look like he's ahead. So yeah, it's retarded.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah, polls are a very interesting thing to dissect and check out. So, but yeah, this shit's fucking nuts. But yeah, I think, and that's what a lot of people seem to be saying too, is they seem to be thinking that it's going to be something that's gonna happen, you know, relatively quickly. I mean, they're thinking, you know, day after, you know, whatever, shortly after Christmas or before the first of the year. And I know some of the people in the chat were saying that as well. So, but yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens on all of that one. But let's see what some people in the chat have to say about all of this, because we've had a lot of people chit-chatting about this as well. And yeah, going back to all of that, the Republicans always compromise in favor of the left. Democrats always compromise in favor of the left. Absolutely. Absolutely. Republicans campaign like libertarians and cover like Democrats. Rippa. Yep.
Good point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's funny. You have the Republicans, they'll go out and they'll bang their gavel and they'll pound on the thing and say how mad we are about this, and then they'll go to a power lunch with Nancy Pelosi. I'm sorry, if I was in Washington and they're all, you want to go lunch, I'd be like, fuck you, motherfucker. You know, like, I don't want nothing to do with those people. Like, I don't want them hurt. I'm not like, let's get them. But I don't want to be your friend. You just called me a Nazi. Kiss my butthole. You know?
I like seeing those. I like seeing those behind the scene, like candid photos, in the Senate and the House, when the cameras aren't on, and you got some random picture, and you'll see people who in public on camera are at each other's throats, but then when the cameras aren't rolling, they're like all chummy, going to lunch together, going on vacations together. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You guys are just, pulling a fast one on all of us. I don't trust not a single one of them.
Yeah. The only reaching across the aisle I would do if I was in Washington is if like Ocasio-Cortez wanted to have like a hate bang.
I hate, man. He's like, give me that big booty. Give me my big booty Latina. Let me see it. He's like, yeah. Well, we know what gets Devil Made Me Do It going. So you know what? I respect you. I respect
Devil,
you.
did you see her college video?
Oh, the dancing one?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm not gonna kick her out of bed. I'm just not gonna call her in the morning.
I love that. Oh my god! And you know, with that big old mouth, when she looks like a donkey, you know that thing can get nice and wide open. So I mean, yeah, it makes total fucking sense to me.
Yeah, and she's desperate for a real man, you know, with their little
Dude, I
ginger-
mean,
ginger
like,
beta.
did you? Yeah, that fucking that guy that she is fucking dating looks like the biggest little fucking pansy anybody's ever seen. Like, it is really bad. But let's see here. Hold on. Because remember what you guys were talking about? Remember we were talking about behind the scenes stuff, right? This is one of my favorites. Oh, this one right here tells you everything you need to know about the Uniparty in Washington, D.C. and why term limits are so important. This is Lindsey Graham, mind you, in a mask, Kamala Harris in a mask. This is him fist bumping her after they won the election. The most fortified and safe election in history. Yeah, there's Lindsey Graham, one of the most high-ranking Republicans in the Senate, fist bumping Kamala Harris after they won the election.
Yep.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Yep, that's exactly why so many people don't consider themselves Republicans. I've never been liberal. I know there's a lot of people are all, oh, I started out liberal, but I got disenfranchised or whatever from at some point. No, I've always been conservative. I've never thought taking people's taxes just because they had a little success is right. You know, I've always been on that side, but I don't call myself a Republican no more. I vote Republican because I don't get another choice most times, especially here in California. You know, we're never going to go libertarian probably. But and even then, like I said, I don't even consider myself a libertarian. I'm almost homeless in the whole situation because there's certain things I don't disagree. I disagree with that too. So yeah, but I don't consider myself a Republican. I think that the party's left me. I don't want to be part of it. So yeah.
I mean, that's one of I know in high school, it was funny because I was very big into politics in high school and stuff like that. Went to Boys State, National Youth Leadership Forum on Law in Washington, D.C. I was really deep into all of that stuff. And I always used to call myself a liberal Republican because I basically believed in all of those same kind of things, except I thought pot should be legal. You know, and like and I wasn't even a smoker. I wasn't even really a smoker or anything like that back then either. And so it's one of them situations where that was always my thing. And I always disagreed with a lot of that kind of bullshit. And then I kind of got older and I started learning a little bit more about, you know, the situation, how the line's actually drawn. And then I realized I was a libertarian, and that's what a liberal Republican should actually be, is a libertarian. And you can be little L libertarian. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be like, you know, I'm a party member. You know, you just look, my politics fall libertarian. I want the government as small as possible, and I want them the hell out of my life. You know, let me do me. Let me collect rainwater. Let me grow a garden in my backyard. And guess what? Let me sell those tomatoes to my neighbor, or trade those tomatoes to my neighbor for his chicken's eggs and stop trying to get in the middle of it. You know what I mean? If we ain't hurting nobody, leave us alone. You know, that's kind of my thing. It's when you start hurting people, when you start infringing on each other's rights, you know, what's the whole concept is, where do my rights end and yours begin? When my fist contacts your nose, right? That's kind of the idea. Is that's when it's, you know, the rules are off at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that's always the way I've been. And I've just grown even more libertarian like that since I've gotten older. Like, I'm down to hire private security to handle the border at this point. Like, you know, so I'd imagine they're not what they used to be. They're called something else now. But what was what was that company that got in all the trouble over in Iraq and Afghanistan? Blackwater. Yeah. Now they're like the Academy or something like that now. But yeah, like I'd feel better like hiring Blackwater to run the border at this point than anybody in the federal government. You know what I mean? At least I think they'd probably get the job done. Might be a few casualties, but you know, sometimes that's what it takes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's coming from a guy that lives like 2 hours from the border. So.
Well, that's gonna be a big thing this year is the ramp up on illegal crossings. Like, did you see that picture? You live in the States, so you probably saw it, where literally they had field of like, what was it, 4,000 or 5,000 people in that one area crossing, and they were just stacked up.
I think it was an Eagle Pass. I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Eagle Pass is one of the big ones.
And it's. I don't get why more people on the left don't see this as a bad thing, because the crime that comes with it is taking advantage of those people they're crossing too. If
you can't really say that, that's racist.
If you really cared about those people, you have farmers in Texas take camera crews out and show them trees where they literally have girls' underwear just hanging all off of it because the coyotes they're bringing them across are raping all those girls and throwing their underwear on the tree as a trophy. And this is the second time I've had this tree this way. I cleaned it off and they just came back and did it again. Like you're allowing that to happen when you allow this kind of, just open border type situation, allowing the cartels to do what they do and stuff. The Democrats have hurt more people coming from other countries than Republicans ever have. Easy by mass
it's
numbers.
funny. Everybody didn't pay attention to Texas and the crossings until they started shipping all the illegal immigrants to the other states like Chicago and New York, and now they're losing their minds. And it's like, well, Texas and Arizona and California have been dealing with this for decades.
Well, did you see? Yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean, I just think it's funny. Like, I've got no sympathy for, was it Adams in New York, I think?
Yeah, Mayor Adams.
Yeah. And he's
Former
calling
police
the Republican governor. I forgot how he worded it, but basically he's attacking New York with all of the migrants he's sending over there.
Hey, how do you think we feel?
Welcome to the club.
The funny thing is the way they're going about it. Instead of saying maybe our policies have been wrong, maybe we need to rethink what we're doing because obviously now we see the repercussions and there is consequences to this sanctuary city bullcrap. No, they're all federal government give us money. That's their thing. Is now they don't want to change their policies. They just want the federal government to now start doling them out, $800 million a year so they can build more tents. It's so.
Yeah.
No, and it's really funny because Mayor Adams. I'm glad you brought that up. See if I can find the article. Mayor Adams was actually getting roasted by the Democrats because he was cutting money from like the local city school budgets or something.
The police, the schools, like public services. Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, all in order to help fund his immigration crisis that's of his own making because they decided to declare New York sanctuary city forever ago. But yeah, I mean, Governor Abbott just shipped another bunch of them up to, was it Chicago or Detroit? I thought I saw today. And he just shipped another busload of them up there. And then there's some other stuff going, sending them on planes all over these other cities and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, let them deal with it. Now you understand a 1/100th, probably a 1/1000th of what Texas border towns have been dealing with for the last, 20 years. Essentially, I mean, it's worse now than it was under the Obama administration. Obama actually tightened down very quietly on immigration because even he knew what was happening at the border with it being open was unsustainable, and now you've even got Biden's people starting to say the same thing.
Yeah. Like you guys were talking about in New York City, it's going to cause big issues between the migrants or whatever you want to call them, illegal aliens, and the Black community because they were showing this thing where during Thanksgiving, they give out free turkeys. They give to low income things, and all the migrants lined up and got all the free turkeys. So a lot of the families didn't get it, and they were pissed. And then other ones were mad because all the food banks and stuff that were giving out food decided, well, since we're catering more to Hispanic people, let's change up the menu. So they were giving out like food that Hispanics would like because they might not be used to turkeys or whatever. Thanksgiving dinner is traditional. Yeah. And so you had Black people like pissed as shit. They're like, I wanted my damn fucking sweet potatoes and my stuff in, and instead I got fucking tamales and shit. And they were all pissed as hell because they were catering more to the migrants than they were the poor people in New York City. And so you're going to have stuff like that breeds animosity. And soon you're going to have like clashes between the two, the poor people in New York City who've always expected these benefits, social welfare and shit, against the people who now the money's going to because they keep coming in. you're going to have clashes between those two groups. And whose side are they going to take when the left is like, okay, we sit there and cater to these people, we sit there and cater to these people, but now they want to kill each other. Whose side are you going to be on?
Yeah,
Your poor or the new poor? I mean,
yeah, Texas has been really good about. I mean, just because they're the border state, and they've been really good about accepting all of the the influx of immigrants and kind of helping the assimilation and all that. But all of these other states, New York and Illinois, and where are the big ones that's going on? Arizona. I think parts of Arizona, they're getting like these influxes, and they've never had to deal with it until like the last few years. And now, they're over capacity. They don't have enough room. They don't have enough money. They don't have enough services set up. And you said it's only like a fraction of what Texas, California, and those areas have been dealing with. But,
well, and the funny part is you've got a city like New York complaining. You've got cities of like Chicago complaining. These are cities that are filled with tens of millions of people, if not hundreds of millions of people, if you include like the local suburbs and stuff around them. I mean, what's the population in New York City? I have no idea, but I'm sure it's fucking insane.
I don't know.
You know
I know
I mean?
California was like 18 million or something like that. So I don't know what New York is.
So you've got to imagine these cities have got, at least 1 million, 2-3 million people inside of them. They're complaining about dealing with maybe 20, maybe 10,000 immigrants, 20,000 immigrants, maybe. We have cities on our border towns that are literally 5,000 people is what their actual population is, that are dealing with twice that amount every single month that they're dealing with passing through their cities, sometimes taking up residence. So we've got a place outside of Houston right now that's like, it's like literally like nothing more. And I think I might've talked about it a couple of weeks ago or something, but it's nothing more than a giant immigrant city of this building company that builds these houses, sells them to these illegal immigrants at like 27% interest, because it's all completely legal. He's also one of the biggest campaign donors to Governor Abbott. And it's nothing but illegal immigrants turned into nothing but a hive of like drugs and gang violence and all kinds of stuff like that. And this guy's making money hand over fist doing it because he just evicts the people that can't afford to pay their rent or pay their mortgage anymore, throws them out on the street. And then what do? Well, now you've got homeless illegal immigrants running all around the streets, doing all kinds of insane things. And yeah, it's literally turned into a ghetto from hell.
Yeah. In 2021, the population of New York City was 8.4 million people.
Yeah, that's
what
New
Venom
York
Blade
City.
said.
That's just New York City. The entire state I think is around 19 million.
Yeah, and I think they said we got like, what was it, between 3,000 or 4,000 immigrants. So like with your bigger population, that's not near as much. Imagine the cities in Texas they have maybe 2 million, and they have about 20,000, 30,000 freaking immigrants like coming in and shit like over the past
that's what I'm saying.
10, 15 years. I mean,
yeah, the border towns, they've got like 10,000 people in them, and they're dealing with these guys. Then sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
What were they saying? I think they were saying that it was like up to 10,000 a day that were crossing.
Actually, like Jim Bone put that over in the chat as well. And Purdy Dude, good to see you over in the Rumble. Yeah, Jim Bone put 10,000 plus a day.
Yeah, that's
just what they catch. That's just what they catch, right? Mind you, that's a fraction of what actually comes over the border every day that the Border Patrol never even sees, because they're strapped so thin. It's just, it's ridiculous. But that's why Governor Abbott in our last special session passed a law that anybody that illegally enters Texas can now be arrested and detained and deported, returned to their place of origin. I think is how we worded it, by Texas officers. Now we don't have to depend on the Border Patrol anymore.
Yep. And your attorney general, I think, was talking about that. He's all like, not only was because they were talking about the decision in Colorado. He's on, not only are we starting to do this, we're also thinking about kicking Biden off the thing. So yeah, he's all like, if you guys are going to start just breaking, going against federal law and stuff by state, okay, we can do that. And so, yeah.
And Venom Blade brings up a good point. Del Rio, Texas, which is one of the hot spots. I have friends that grew up in Del Rio. 34,000 people. That's all that's in Del Rio compared to, like you guys said, 8.47 million in New York. And they're complaining about 10K worth of immigrants. Yeah. And Adam points out, record. Good to see you too in the chat, Adam. I hope you're feeling better, brother. I hope you're starting to feel better at least. We know you're not feeling too good tonight, so appreciate you popping in the chat. It says record was broken this Tuesday, 12,000 plus captured in one day, most ever in history. And that's captured, right? The estimates are that they only capture maybe like 5 to 10%, I believe. It's a fraction of what actually comes over the border every day. So you're talking probably 12,000 captured in one day. Probably what? 40, 50,000 actually came over that we have no idea where they are. It's insane. Good to see you, Adam.
You know, if Trump gets in office, the best thing he can do is literally start charging these businesses the higher, because that's how you're going to get them out. You're not going to be able to, ICE isn't going to be able to go round up any illegals and stuff. It's just too big of too many. The way you do it is by start holding these people who hire illegals, because if there's no jobs, they're going to leave. Most of these migrants are financial. Most of it is they want a better life and all that. And I can appreciate that, but not at the detriment to Americans. I'm sorry. So that's where you're going to have to go, is start holding businesses accountable. And the second you do, they're going to stop hiring them. And yeah, so start going after the business owners.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's true. I mean, that's where like the whole E-Verify thing was such a good idea. But like, I have libertarian friends of mine that argue against it because they're like, well, yeah, but that's just the government checking one more thing. And I'm like, yeah, what else are you supposed to do with this situation? Because there was I had an electrician, a buddy of mine that out at the base, that the reason why he stopped running his own electrician contracting company and went back to working out at the base on military aircraft is because there was literally a guy here in Corpus that was running an electrical company, was running like a contracting company. He would go pick up illegals from wherever he'd find them. You know, the old joke is Home Depot or whatever, but I don't actually know where you do it. But he'd hire a bunch of illegals, right? Have them work all week. And then on Friday, when they were supposed to get paid, I am not bullshitting you. This is not a joke. He would call ICE.
That's messed up, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he would put off paying them for as long as he could until they finally got fed up. And then he would call freaking ICE on them or just refuse to pay him flat out. And then what are they going to do? You know what I mean? So he basically got free labor and was able to undercut everybody else's prices in town. And there's nothing to stop him from doing it.
There are some really bad contractors out there. Like they'll find every single way to take advantage of people. It doesn't matter if it's their employees or the people that hire them. We had 100%. One up here where I live. We had 2 contractors and we needed our bathroom redone at my parents' house. And so we look for contractors. We find 2. One says, I can't do it for ever and a day because he liked to hunt deer. And this was deer hunting time. And so he couldn't do it get around to it for 8 months. And the other one's all like, I'll do it. No problem. We had to keep calling him back. Literally, they did the shittiest job. It turns out the guy's a criminal. He's ripped off people, but that's the 2 people we had to choose from. Either one who never felt like he had to do it because long as he made enough money to make his bills, he could do whatever he wants and he wanted to hunt, or one that was a criminal. And that's the 2 options we essentially had. And so, yeah, I don't like, I'm sure there's good, legitimate guys. I'm not saying, obviously, just like any career, there's good guys in the profession and bad guys, but contractors, some of them are just the worst crooks ever. God.
Dragon over on Rumble Chat. He said, you're way behind, brother. They have debit cards. So I heard about this, that they were giving $5,000 debit cards to everybody along with like their medical screening pouch and whatever else like they get in processing. Phones. But yeah, I mean, if you get $5,000 on a debit card and just kind of let into the city, like, man, like that's the problem, right? And I think they're being funded by a Christian NGO or a Catholic NGO.
Catholic Charities is being contracted by the government in order to transport the children, the illegal children. Catholic Charities is being contracted to do that.
Man, that's crazy.
$5,000. Fuck that. I'm going down to the border, putting on a sombrero and crossing. I'm gonna be like,
Motherfucker, hey,
yeah,
right?
call me Jose, and yeah,
I'm gonna go spend me a week out. I'm gonna go spend me a week out at the bridge, get me a really nice tan, and just hop on my next trip, on my buddy's next trip down to Mexico, and I'll just walk back across.
yeah.
No English, no English, no English. They're gonna look right at me and go, "Shut the fuck up, white boy. Get in the damn truck. We're taking you home."
they give you the $5,000. You're all like, "Oh shit, there's my green card." Thought I lost it.
Shit, here's my ID. Thanks. Can I get across now? Appreciate that. Honey, come get me. I got a $5,000 debit card from the UN. Fuck yeah, we're golden.
Dude, all this shit reminds me. Have you guys ever seen that movie with Cheech, Born in East LA?
Yeah,
I didn't see that one.
Oh man, dude, that was one of the greatest movies. It's Cheech and Chong. Cheech. Jesse.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, dude, I watched all their Up in Smoke movies. Yeah.
So he did this this movie where he's like, I think he's like a contractor or something, and he accidentally gets stuck in Mexico, and he doesn't have his ID or anything like that, and he's trying to get over, and it's a funny movie about him trying to sneak across the border. It just reminded me of that.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
He goes to like visit family or something, and he's there. I don't remember how he loses ID, and he gets rounded up in some big thing because they actually call the ICE because they want to go home for the holidays or something. So they call so they get a free ride home, and he gets caught
I remember that.
Yeah, and he gets stuck down there, and he ends up falling in love with a girl and all this stuff. But yeah, I love that. That was a good movie. One of the better ones that's just him, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. I actually watched it. I can't remember the name of the damn show. Oh, Nash Bridges.
Oh,
My grandma really liked the Nash Bridges little criminal procedure way back in the day. It's probably because she had the hot for Nash Bridges, but I always thought Cheech and his wife were the chick that played his wife in that show were absolutely hilarious. And yeah, like he was on a Korn album one time. I thought that they used one of his samples from the Korn album. I thought that was funny.
Mama actually try to tell me how to live. Da 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 da. But I don't ever listen because my head is like a sieve. Da da da. But yeah, I love that.
Dude, that was so good. Yeah, that stuff. I absolutely love that. So, yeah. And that gag was actually used in another movie, and I can't remember what it was, but yeah, they called ICE to be able to get home for like a family wedding or something like that.
That's what it was. It was a wedding, I think. And all the people rounded up were in their tuxedos and had presents and stuff.
Yeah. I did see parts of that movie then. Yeah, that was funny. Oh god, that was so. I was like, that's actually not a bad idea, truth be told. Well, at least back when you called ICE, they'd actually show up and, round people up and send them back over across the border. That doesn't happen anymore, but yeah. But yeah, holy cow. That was fucking good. That was absolutely good. Well, let's see what else everybody's got in the chat to say. And yeah, Magnificent Devil. Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget that you can also get a free phone. That is right. What's going on, Reese? Good to see you. And yet people do nothing. Well, that's a lot of that kind of thing.
To include Republicans.
Yep.
Boy, ain't that a fact.
Yeah.
Ain't that a fact? Yeah, and Gerard Powell says too. Says the house is built in Caldwell and College Station are built by illegals for cheap, and it shows in the building quality. Yeah, and that's one of the big problems that we, fortunately enough, the city I live in, because we're a coastal town, our building inspectors are like retarded anal. Because of the hurricanes and high winds and the storms and everything else like that, like those things, like it takes forever to build a house down here because that thing's got to be built with all kinds of crazy specs and stuff like that in order for the insurance to cover it, in order for windstorm to cover it. So yeah, I believe that shit freaking sucks. That shit is absolutely insane. Good to see you, Purdy Do, over on the Rumble side as well. Appreciate that, buddy. Says, how do I get in line for that $5,000? I could find a sub. I could finally sub a channel.
We'll carpool down there, dude.
Dude, I freaking who was it? I can't remember who I was on the stream with the other night, but they were talking about trying to get to the United States, and they're like, yeah, I guess we're just gonna make a trip to the border. I'm like, dude, it's only a 2-hour drive for me. Just call me, I'll pick you up. It's not a big deal, man.
Here in California, we have an odd relationship with that because we have such a big agriculture, and it does count a lot on seasonal workers and stuff. Yeah. And so my cousin and me were actually not too long ago having an argument about that. And because he is a raging liberal. And I told him, I said, dude, what they should do in circumstances like California, where there is a necessity for it, is have it like where, okay, you sign up, we allow in just as little over how much is needed to work, and long as you leave after that season is done, you get put on the list for next season. Then they can come here, get the money they need. We get the help that we need, because it would make food go up if we had to hire a whole bunch of people that, I need healthcare and all this shit. I get that. And everyone wins. And it gives them an incentive to go back home after they've made their money, because then they get the opportunity next year. The problem is when you just have open borders, and then, like I said, now California, what you want is Gavin Newsom wants to allow them to vote in all the elections, because
the
then
local elections.
Then they never lose. The no matter how bad they fuck this state up, they will stay in power, the Democrats, till the end of time, because they'll have a built-in voter base that will never vote them out on fears that, the Republicans are going to throw us out the day after type thing. So
no, it's
I don't miss living there, man. So I grew up in California, man. I after I joined the military, I only went back to visit, and I've had family members try to entice me to come back and move there, and I'm like, you guys are fucking crazy. I would never move back here.
No. And that's the worst part, because I like California is an amazing state because it's got so many things going for it. And because it was such a bountiful state, and it was so prosperous for so long because of everything it had going for it, culturally and geographically, especially. And they pissed it all away. That's what happens when you have it too good for too long. But going back to what Devil was saying about the migrant worker thing too, it's like, there was a book I remember reading in school, and I think or maybe it was a movie we watched or something like that, but it was all about that. It was like back in the 50s or 60s, back when the migrant workers thing. And that's exactly how it worked, right? You got your green card, you came across, and you worked the amount of time you were supposed to work here, and then you had to go back. And it was funny because the story itself was actually about the family that came over. The daughter and the son of one of the migrant workers became really good friends, and they spent this entire summer together. But because the harvest took so much longer, the family stayed longer than what they were technically supposed to make sure that the harvest got done. And the father even tells the daughter, he says they stayed longer than what they were supposed to, so there's a good chance they're not going to be able to come back. And, and it's one of them situations where that's a good, okay, outside of the whole, well, it sucks they stay, there should be extension situations, you know what I mean, for stuff for situations like that. But at the same time, that's a great system that would work out just fine. They could come over, make the money they needed to live on in a year, because they can live on it for a year in Mexico, and then do the same thing. And it works out perfectly. It's a win-win for everybody. And you control the amount of people that come over. You control the amount of stuff that happens, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. But it's just, they don't want reasonable solutions. They don't want reasonable solutions in any way, shape, or form. They just want their agenda driven through, and they're refusing to listen to any kind of actual reason whatsoever. It's freaking insane.
Yeah. I used to, California had a lot of potential. I mean, it's a great place. But I've got a lot of family still there. I go there often, and there's not too many places you can go now where you're not going to get bogged down by overpopulation, by homeless, by crime, by every time I go. So I live in the country now, and it's quiet and it's green and it's slow, like a very slow life. And when I go to California, everything is gray, everything is dirty, everything smells. There's lots of people everywhere, and it doesn't matter if I'm in Anaheim, I'm in San Gabriel Valley, if I'm in East LA, El Sereno, like, it doesn't matter where I go. It's the same everywhere. I get, the homeless encampments, on the sidewalks and under the bridge, and some of the neighborhoods where I used to go bike riding and rollerblading. You can't do that anymore. And the beaches, Santa Monica is a shithole. Venice is a shithole. So, like, where are the nice beaches that you can go and hang out now? I got family members that live out east, like in Rancho and Riverside, and I mean, it's starting to bleed out there too. And it's just like you can't go anywhere anymore. I think my brother had to move all the way out into, I think, Hesperia, just to kind of get out of the city and out of, away from everybody. But you can't go anywhere, and it's too populated. And I don't know. I hate going there, man. Whenever I fly into California, wherever I need to go, I go from the airport there. I don't leave until I have to fly back out. That's it.
I don't blame you. I don't want to blame you. That shit sucks. It's such a tragedy what they've done to that beautiful state. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what's not a tragedy? Star Wars Dog. Because Star Wars Dog, one of our very fine channel members, has gifted 5 Vets Talking memberships, ladies and gentlemen. That's $25. And ladies and boys and girls, children of all ages, you know exactly what that means, because that's over $20, ladies and gents.
It has begun.
Shot.
Thank you, Star Wars Dog, for that gift of 5 gifted memberships. If you did get a gifted membership out there in the chat, make sure you thank Star Wars Dog for that. It is very much appreciated him. That's $25, ladies and gentlemen. That's a whole lot of money. Thank you very much, my friend. Cheers. Appreciate that. That is very, very much appreciated. And yes, boys and girls, as a friendly reminder to all of you out there, any super chat equals a social drink. And any super chat or gifted membership of $20 or more, whether it be here or over anywhere else, that will, or direct donation, any of those kind of things will equal out for a shot. So thank you very much for that, Star Wars Dog. Appreciate that, my friend. Very, very nice. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, California's a shithole and they did it to themselves.
Yeah, Boosh McFadden. He's talking about San Francisco. So I went to San Francisco back in 90. Man, it had been around 94, 93, 92, somewhere around there. It was a long time ago. And even then it was kind of grungy and dirty, but I mean, it was still a happening place. And we got to tour like Alcatraz and all that stuff. But from what I see in the news and stuff now, I mean, I agree. That place is probably unrecognizable if I were to go back.
Oh yeah. I when I used to live mid state, I used to live in just out small town outside of Sacramento, not too far. We would go to San Francisco all the time, and I remember from when I was a kid. And the last time I went there before I moved up here north, I'm gonna go. My sister wanted to go back; she wanted to do some shopping. I said, "Okay, I'll go," but I didn't want to. But I'll go. You always want to be there in case she, the protective side. I just, didn't feel comfortable her being in the city alone. So I went. Absolutely miserable. It was disgusting. It was smelly. It was awful. And it's always smelled because it's right there on the ocean. So it always smelled like ocean.
Yeah. Like by Fisherman's Wharf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But oh my God. And they actually, I think, try to keep that somewhat clean because that's a big tourist draw. And it was filthy and nasty and disgusting. And so, yeah, it sucks when you have a beautiful city that's just destroyed like that.
Unless you have Chinese diplomats coming, then it all of a sudden gets clean.
Yeah, weird how quickly you can clean things up when that happens. Yeah, Bush said San Francisco is dead. Market Street is void of any stores except for check cashing. Embosado is empty. People stay in at night. There are homeless drug addicts everywhere. It's depressing. Damn. There are people who moved to San Francisco during the tech boom and don't recognize the place today. They make videos about it. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that's the reason why what was his face? Daily Wire guy, the one that speaks speaks almost as fast as I do.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro. That's one of the reasons why he said he moved. I mean, that was what he made that video of why he moved out of California, was because he's like, I literally live in an extremely affluent neighborhood, and my kids can't walk out to the front of my house and into the sidewalk and not see a needle on the damn street. And he's like, I live in a very well-to-do area, and I can't get away from it. And it was just, it's like, that's how insane it is. There's so many people we've seen that happen. Kat Von D, right? Kat Von D, the famous tattoo artist and Gothic poster girl. Kat Von D, that's what she did. She was like, as soon as she had a kid, She was like, I can't see myself raising a child here. This is not the environment I want my child living in. So she moved out into like the middle of the boonies in like freaking Indiana or something. You know, she's got baptized like, you know, back 6 months ago. You know, like she's completely and totally turned her life around. And wow, it's weird how once you get out of those cesspools and those echo chambers of thought bubbles, how much different your life changes all of a sudden. Like strange concept. So yeah. Absolutely insane. Oh, Jesus. The last straw for Ben Shapiro was seeing a junkie having solo time near his daughter's private school.
Oh, my God.
Damn. Yeah. Oh, holy cow. Yeah, that would do it. Holy cow.
The cops don't do anything. Like,
No.
the politicians won't do anything. It's just, it's sad. It's so sad.
Yeah, and things got a little bad down here, like during COVID and stuff. Like we were starting to have like a little bit of an increase in like a homeless population situation. So, and this is how simple these problems are to fix, right? All my city did was pass an ordinance that said you were not allowed to lay down on public sidewalks or public benches. And if you did, the cops could arrest you. That's all they passed. And you know what? Boom! Instantly, I didn't see nobody sleeping on our freaking bus benches anymore. I didn't see nobody trying to sleep in the corners of our sidewalks anymore. It's weird how such a simple solution can fix so much of that.
Yeah, I think in New York they started making the benches and the sidewalks, like the areas where they were known to have homeless encampments. They design them now so that you can't sit down on them for a long time, you know, long periods of time. You can't lie on them. You can't set up the tents because they got like the spikes and stuff sticking out. It's pretty crazy and brutal, but it's what they got to do.
Well, I've seen that happen under the overpasses where a lot of them try to sleep and stuff like that. I've seen that the spikes, they will literally lay the spikes down underneath the overpasses so that way they can't try to sleep up under there and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's insane that that's what you have to do, but what else are you going to do? It's like, if you don't do that kind of thing, all you do is encourage them to come in and continue doing it. You know, so it's, yeah, you got to do something about it. You got to do something about it. So yeah, big, don't help them, make them uncomfortable. And yeah, that goes back to the old Benjamin Franklin saying, you want to know how you fix poverty? Make people uncomfortable in it. That's how you fix poverty, because if you're uncomfortable in it, if you don't like being in it, then guess what? You have to get up and do something about it. But if you're comfortable, if you're getting a fat check from the government every month, you just sit your ass at the house all day. Well, why are you going to do anything else? You know what I mean? Why are you going to try to better yourself? And then your kids are going to be raised around that kind of thing, and they're going to see that. And they're going to think that, Dad, that's just the way to go. There's a great story from a guy out of Seattle. He was a third generation welfare recipient. And all of his siblings, with the exception of him, all were followed right in their mother's footsteps, trying to game the system, trying to figure out how to get on disability, trying to figure out how to get this, that, the other, so they didn't have to work, so they didn't have to do anything. And he was like, I'm not going to live like that. I'm not going to do that. And he went out there, made his own very successful small business, turned it into a big old thing. And now the guy's like a millionaire. And he goes around and like talks about his story all the time, because it's like, you don't have to live like that. You don't have to be that. There's so much more to life, and it's so much better when you accomplish those kind of things. But yeah, you give people an easy way out and they're going to take it. So yeah, the spikes work well. The spikes definitely work well. So yeah. All right, bring back public after a fair trial, of course, public hangings.
Jeez.
For certain things anyway. Yeah, and Austin's really bad about that too now, because that mayor up there are a bunch of crazy psycho liberals. And it was funny, our governor actually was like, oh, you're letting them sleep in city parks, right? Some of those city parks are controlled by the state. Guess what? We're clearing them out. And he sent in like state police and stuff, and like cleared out all the tent cities and stuff. It was great.
Yeah, there's some areas of in California. Last time I was there, the last time I was there, it was all cleaned up, and they put chain link fences where the homeless encampments were getting set up. And so now you have like an area where they spent a bunch of money making beauty modifications, like they have like planters and trees and stuff in the city center square. And the homeless people came and just made like their own little city in there. And then they came and cleaned it up, and all of that money that they spent, the millions of dollars that they spent on making it nice, is now surrounded by spiked chain link fences, and it looks like shit. And it's like, what do you do? I mean, you're just gonna have chain link fences everywhere. under every bridge, under, you know, in every park, every school, every, like, it's sad, man.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you let things go out of control. You know, it's, you know, people don't like it, but the broken window theory is real. You know what I mean? And the concept is if you allow petty crime, you end up allowing everything. You know, there's a reason why Giuliani cleaned up New York. He started ticketing people for jaywalking. You know what I mean? He started ticketing people and arresting people for freaking doing vandalism, you know, for doing petty crimes and doing stuff like that. Because if you allow the little things to go, then people are going to think the bigger things are okay, and so on and so forth. It escalates, you know, the whole give them an inch, they take a mile kind of concept. And so, yeah, I don't know. It makes sense to me. So it seemed to work. I mean, Tiny But Fierce is one of our favorite friends, and she was one of those people that was like, yeah, she lived in New York under Giuliani, and she was like, yeah, I was never, and she's a tiny little girl. We call her Tiny But Fierce for a reason. She was never afraid to walk the subway. She was never afraid to do any of that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, let's see here. All right, so we do have another article to go over, but let's see what some of the people are out there saying in the chat as well before we move on. Yeah, they could stop destroying their economy and let crime run rampant. Yep, that would be a great one. That would be a great one. Gerald says, when I was in Atlanta, people are up under the bridge. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the big problems with it. Yeah, and Bush says, and this is one of the other problems too with their local city councils. The cops can't do anything. They give them a citation. There are no consequences for failure to appear either. Tickets are just litter at that point. Absolutely. If you don't enforce your laws, what did you expect? What did you expect? Let's see here. Now we do have let's see what some of the people over on Rumble are saying. Dragon Lake says we've lost more people in the last 2 years to fentanyl than 12 years of NOM, and people were screaming over the police involvement in the 60s, and today nothing. Yeah. And that's one of the things that okay. So going back to the border crisis situation too on that, because that's one of the things that a lot of people don't realize. A lot of these crazy liberals and stuff like that with the drugs that are coming over the border, it literally less than what you could fit on the head of a dime of fentanyl is enough to like wipe out like a good portion of Dallas. You know, and that's one of the things is we have literal kilos of this stuff, you know, hundreds of kilos of this stuff coming over the border every day. And one of the sad parts is the problem is they're pressing it into pills that are looking like other things. They look like Adderall, they look like ecstasy, they look like all these other kind of things. And so all these traditional kind of party drugs, or, you know, people that use the drugs for school, like Adderall and stuff like that to make them study better, or whatever that kind of shit is. And what's funny is this is what it's going to take. And this is the worst part, right? This is the worst part. These people that are all for open borders, for all of that kind of nonsense. The worst part is it's going to take one of their kids ODing on fentanyl that came across the border before they realize what the actual consequences of this stuff are. It's going to take it literally showing up to their doorstep. And that is really, that's a really sad state of affairs. That's a really sad state of affairs. So,
yeah, it's, that's exactly it. And even then it might not, because they'll just sit there and try to use it for their own thing. It'll kill their kids, and they'll still have more concern about their political, you know, things, and or where they put their money than stopping it.
Yeah, that's very true.
Because you think that all the bad stuff, like Nancy Pelosi, she's seen this city that she's lived in for how long just falling apart, and it still hasn't changed what she's been doing. So it's like, will they really learn? Will that really teach them? Or will they just, like I said, plug their nose because, you know, their policies are more important than their child who died?
Well, and that's why I always talk about people being possessed by the spirit of the age, right? The cult members, because those are the people that, like, no matter how much information you offer them, they're always going to try to walk away from it. You've seen the videos out there online, and if you haven't, you can go look them up, of like people trying to reasonably talk to some of these protesters. And occasionally you'll get a conversation going with some of them. I've done it before. But what happens a lot of the time, and you'll see it in these videos time and time again, is when you start to have a conversation with one of them, what happens is somebody from the group will literally come and pull them away from you.
Yep.
right? Because you're starting to reach them. You're starting to make sense to them, and they can't have that. So all the rest of their cult members surround them and pull them back. It's why, like you saw that, like the Battle of Berkeley, the 5 or 6 of them that there was. You'd see the exact same thing. They'd try shouting down people. Don't listen to them. Don't engage. Don't talk to them. Yada yada yada. It would literally turn into chants to drown out anybody trying to talk to people. And it's just, I mean, I don't know what else to call that than a cult. Like, I really don't know what else to call that. Yeah. Bubba, good to see you. I was all amped and got in late. Now you're good, Bubba. You were one of the first ones in. Glad you made it in. Glad you made it in, my friend. So glad you made it. Yeah, Pelosi's husband took a hammer to the skull. That's probably wasn't the only place he was taking a hammer, truth be told. Yeah. But you know who's not taking a fucking hammer, boys and girls? This man right here. This is a proud Texas gun owner, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a gun owner who said he fired back at crooks, gives them a warning. Stop the stupidity. You're going to end up hurt. A Texas gun owner who says he returned fire at a break-in suspect earlier Wednesday morning gave them a stern warning about what their futures might hold if they keep up their lawlessness. Stop the stupidity because you're going to end up getting hurt. So Willis told the station his ring camera outside his Arlington home in the 6100 block of Van Seal Drive started going off just before 2 a.m. I wake up, I see someone in my son's car, as you can see right here from the pictures. Willis added to the station that he and his son went after reportedly 3 suspects, and at least one of them pulled out a gun and began firing. They started shooting us first, and I returned fire. Willis told the station his son took cover behind a neighbor's truck, which was hit by gunfire. I could have been shot, or they could have been shot. A lot of bullets were ringing out. He also told the station that it was the first time he'd used his gun in an incident like this, and his adrenaline was pumping. He says, I still haven't been able to sleep. And I understand that. My grandfather... we got robbed twice when I was a kid at my grandparents. And yeah, dude, that caused my grandfather a lot of sleepless nights. So trust me, I understand what that is. My grandfather never recovered from the weight loss he had from all that stress. Pretty much now all the neighbors were on high alert. So police noted at the station that while the suspects ran away, officers set up a perimeter and found 2 of them hiding in a nearby shed. Police told the news that they also found a gun and took the 2 suspects into custody without incident. Arlington police said 19-year-old Keandra Lemon was booked into the Arlington City jail for criminal trespass along with an outstanding warrant. Color a shock there. However, Thursday review of jail records showed no entry for Lemon. Weird, Arlington. I wonder why that happened. Police also arrested Ahmed Bland. For aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and criminal trespass. Adding, the cops noted they're still looking for the 3rd suspect. While the station said no one was hurt in the shootout, Willis gave a stern warning to the suspects. You can't run to the well too many times without getting caught. Stop the stupidity because you're going to get hurt. This is why I live in Texas. Because you notice one of the things that's missing from this, unlike you see this in a lot of other states, no one even mentioned questioning the homeowner. Nobody even thought about it.
Yeah, I think that's a fortunate thing for Texas. But I think who was it, the Aubrey case when they chased after them?
Yeah,
like it doesn't always end well when you go running after. Because we deal with this in my neighborhood. People going house to house trying to open doors, and I mean, it's something that I think about. You know, everybody thinks about it here, especially in a military town, and a lot of people are armed. And knee-jerk reaction is, you know, kind of do what this guy did, is to run out there with some backup and go chase these guys down. But
I think they were still in the driveway, though. They were still in the driveway.
Well, I mean, it says they went after them, but like, I mean, hopefully, I mean, I'm glad they're free and clear. But in other situations, you hear about them going after the suspects or whatever. And whatever your intentions are, it usually doesn't end up in or at least in my state, you know, your rights kind of end at a certain point. Running off of your property to chase somebody down is questionable. And then if you get in a shootout and you end up killing somebody, good luck with that in the courts, man. So I'm really glad this guy didn't face any charges, didn't get in trouble, and this is a good story, man. It sucks that it had to happen, but I'm glad Texas fucking looks out for their people.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun story. I thought it was something that, like, because I know we've got a lot of dark and dour things to talk about right now, but I was just like, hey, This is a guy who gets it, and this is a guy who also understands, hey, knuckleheads, knock this shit off. You're going to end up getting hurt. This is not going to end well for you if you continue on with this kind of nonsense. So,
yeah, it's sad. But where in Texas did it say where this is at?
Arlington.
Where's that at?
Arlington is in between Austin and Dallas Fort Worth, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, I believe it's north of Austin, but south of Dallas Fort Worth, if I remember correctly. I think I'm not sure if I've even yes, I have driven through Arlington because I had to go that way to get to Waco. So yeah, I've driven through there, but that was about it. Yeah, Arlington, Texas. So yeah,
that's cool.
Yep.
Is Houston where most of the crime is? I always hear it's either Houston or Dallas or.
Yeah, Houston's probably the worst as far as crime, but it always just depends on where you live. It's just like any big city. Obviously, when you get into the suburbs, it's not anywhere like that. So you might you'd tell somebody you live in Houston, but you probably actually live in the burbs. But yeah, I've worked in Houston a lot. When I was working down at the port, we used to go to Houston a lot because we had the port here, we had the port where I live, and then we had the port in Brownsville, and then we had a port up in Houston that our company worked at. And so if we didn't have work down here, we'd go to Houston or we'd go to Brownsville to help them out. And yeah, Houston, like, man, you drive through there, like, you especially getting close to the port, man, like there are houses that are literally just burnt out and there's nothing there. It's just like nobody's there. The place hasn't been torn down or anything like that. It's just literally just a burnout shell of a house that's just standing there. And like the neighborhoods are wild. They're absolutely wild. And it's funny because Houston is one of the few cities with zero zoning restrictions. You can build anything you want in Houston, pretty much anywhere. So you'll see
mansion in a trailer park.
Well, that, or you'll see like a row of neighborhoods, and then all of a sudden you'll see like an industrial chemical plant. Well, not like an industrial chemical plant, but you'll see like an industrial area. It's like, and you'll have like the local bodega that serves the neighborhood, and they'll get hit by the plant during lunch. And it's wild the way Houston's set up because they never had any zoning restrictions. And honestly, I'm kind of okay with that to a certain degree. But at the same time, it's kind of wild to see how that city's laid out. And like that city is literally built in a dish. So it's like actually intended to flood the way it floods. That's why they tell everybody to get the hell out as soon as a storm starts coming, because they know it's going to flood. But Houston's probably got one of the worst crime rates, and it's definitely probably got some of the worst traffic too. Like driving on highways in Houston is a nerve-wracking event. As somebody that's done it several times, it is a nerve-wracking event to drive in Houston roads.
Common only had to go to Brownsville 1 week a month, so I mean
no. Yeah, Brownsville was actually go ahead.
No, I love Texas. I would go there that's where when I re-enlisted and changed jobs, the 68 whiskey course, the medic course is over in San Antonio. So I spent a lot of time in San Antonio, and I had to go back a lot for various training, and spent a lot of time in Austin and Corpus and a little bit of Dallas. But I mean, it's different everywhere you go. So like the life in San Antonio is unique. I had a lot of fun there. Then when you go up to Austin, you get into like that super city life. It kind of reminded me of home in LA. Then when you go down to Corpus, I mean, that's a beautiful place. And then Dallas was like, each place is very unique. And we actually thought about, I don't think my wife is up for it, but I thought about moving to Texas a few years back, like right out of retirement. And I just, I got comfortable where I'm at. But if I do end up moving anywhere, it's definitely either Florida or Texas. I actually have a lot of friends in Texas still too. But that's a cool place, man.
Corpus welcomes you anytime you're ready to come down, man. Dude, that's because and you're right. Like every region of Texas is different. Like, we're such a large state that like you have different people live in different ways and doing different things. And Corpus, one of the best parts about Corpus is that it's the biggest small town you'll ever live in because it's like 5 steps to Kevin Bacon. You're going to find somebody else, within like 5 people. It's so weird. It's so wild. And we still have that beach town mentality. Most people are pretty laid back, pretty easy going. We like to go out to the beach. We like to hang out. We hate dealing with the tourists, but we know they make us a lot of money. So we don't really care about it. But ladies and gentlemen, you know who doesn't make us a lot of money in any way, shape, or form? Well, our resident token, who always complains and always throws the card out there, but that's okay. We love him anyway because we absolutely adore his wonderful insight into so many things else. And we call him brother because he's another one of our military veterans, Laurence Knight, otherwise known as LG. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Any complaining that I do is because the devil made me do it.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as Jesse said, I've got another brother coming out, I was like, oh, I know exactly who's coming up.
Our one black friend. Yay.
Yay! We got our one black friend.
Yes,
man.
Yes. Well, I tell you what, I can definitely, Houston's different, man.
Yeah.
Anytime I need to go somewhere. Oh man, anytime I need to go somewhere, it's like a 40-minute drive. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not even driving all the way through Houston. Any place, it takes me a minimum 35 minutes. I'm like, okay, it's a large city,
I don't think I've ever been to Houston. You said it's a pretty big area.
Oh, I've never seen anything this big since I lived in LA.
Yeah.
So.
Oh man, you missed a golden opportunity there. I'd have been like, since I looked down this morning.
Hold on, I'll give you one for that. Hold on. There you go. I'll give you one for that. But yeah, I mean that's what I was telling Big Rob. I'm like, I live in Corpus, dude. How far is anything in Corpus? About 15 minutes. How far is it over here? About 15 minutes. Because the way like our highway system's set up and everything else, yeah, Houston is a nightmare, dude. Like, I get it, you got family and stuff up there, but I'm like, damn, dude, Houston.
I imagine
staying here permanently.
Yeah, I imagine like if anytime you're driving around Los Angeles, even if you're just going like 3 miles down to the next city, probably take you like an hour.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah.
When I was living in LA, my wife, it would take her 2 hours to get to work, and we live 4 miles away from her job.
Damn, that's nuts, man.
Oh damn,
dude, I lived out in the. Dude, I lived like out in the sticks in Missouri, and like I used to drive into town for like work, like into the city from like my little small town, and it was only like 30 minutes, and that was like, I don't know, 35 miles. Like,
yeah, the traffic.
I couldn't live in a place like that. I couldn't do it, dude. I hate getting stuck in bumper to bumper. The only serious accident I've ever got into in my life was in bumper to bumper traffic, and it ruined my favorite car that I've ever owned, my 86 Mustang SVO. This asshole wasn't paying attention in bumper to bumper traffic, was changing CDs, didn't slow down and stop in time, saw me at the last minute. Instead of just hitting me full brunt on, which would have done less damage to the car, he decided to swerve at the last minute, clipped me on the passenger side rear end, spun me around, bounced me off a Toyota Tundra, and ended up with my nose up against a concrete barrier.
Damn.
Completely and totally destroying the car. And it's just like, I hate traffic. I don't like stoplights. I'm like, just get the hell out of my way. That light, why isn't that light green? I live in like a Corpus is divided up into like neighborhoods, almost like boroughs, like you see in kind of like New York City, kind of the way we are. Except we're just kind of divided up by school systems. And I live in my own little town inside of Corpus. And it's like, I don't like leaving my town because I don't like dealing with all the stupid traffic that's in town. Like, I can't imagine having to deal with LA traffic taking freaking 2 hours to get 4 miles. That would drive me insane.
Yeah,
you can walk there faster.
And you can't get away from it too, because we say LA, but it's more like LA County. And so in that county, you've got, I mean, more cities than you got more cities than you can probably count. Each one with their different codes and ordinances, and the traffic is everywhere. You cannot get away from it. You could get up at 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning, decide to drive somewhere, and you will be in bumper to bumper traffic.
Yep. Yeah. If you got to take the 10 freeway into the 605, and then you're going to get on the 5 freeway and get in that 405 junction, man, you're like at a dead stop, man. That shit sucks, dude.
And the 405 is great, especially when you go through the Pacific Coast Highway because deer like to jump into the street. They like to jump onto the freeway, and they really like to get ran into. So,
dude, you hear about the that fire they had on the 10 freeway in LA, like downtown area? Like shut down like one of the busiest parts of Los Angeles. That whole freeway. Fortunately, I think they got it up and running pretty quick, but I couldn't imagine being.
I lived when my wife and I moved. We lived around the corner from that part of the freeway.
Oh,
that was right where we lived.
You know what's funny is Gavin Newsom came out, and even though people could verifiably prove that there was a homeless encampment underneath there, and that's what it was. The fire was feeding off of a lot of it.
Yeah.
Like he's all like, "Oh, it was the people who
subcontracted
leased it. Yeah, leased it out to store cars underneath there. That's why it burned so hard and so long and shit." No, it wasn't the homeless that we've let like literally build 2-story box huts and shit underneath there. No, it's
shanty
company.
Towns.
Yeah,
all the shanty towns they got over there.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, I am very familiar with those areas under those bridges, and it's man, especially when you start getting around that downtown area and Skid Row area and stuff. Man, it's just homeless camps everywhere.
Yep, and
with
Skid
all their
Row,
tarps.
Yep, and Skid Row used to be a street. Now it's all of downtown, and y'all can thank Maxine Waters for that.
Color us shocked.
Yeah,
color us shocked there.
Yeah.
Jesus, that lady's a fucking gremlin.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, 100%, no doubt about that one. Yeah, it's oh god, it's just it's so sad what all of that stuff has happened. It's just there's a reason I moved to Texas, boys and girls. When I got out of the military, my options were Texas or Florida, and Texas because it was supposed to be Texas. Found out it's not quite as Texas as what I was hoping it was going to be when I got here, but that's okay. We're working on that. Or Florida, which shit now looks like it might have been the better option at the time.
Well, we'll see what you say when them hurricanes hit. You got all those insurance companies that pulled out. They pulled out of California. Some of them pulled out of California too.
Well, they pulled out of California because of the damn fires and because the governor won't freaking maintain his damn forests properly.
Yeah, it's because of all the environmental policies and codes that they've got in place. So you got all that dead. It's like most of California is a freaking desert. Why? It's a forest in a freaking desert, and a coastal city, a bunch of coastal cities wrapped up into one. Why in the world trim the damn trees?
It's the underbrush. They refuse to clear out the underbrush, and it's a massive problem. The fires, how fast they spread through our forest because of the underbrush.
Because you'll mess with the California's deer mouse habitat if you do that, and so.
Yeah, I think there was some kind of initiative a while back that was like, we just need to let it be natural. Just let it grow on its own. Okay, cool. Let it be natural. Guess what? Mother Nature, God's going to take care of that. You know how God clears those forests? He lets all that underbrush and a lightning strike happen and then burns them all down and clears out all that underbrush with fire. And then the trees eventually come back and you get beautiful fresh soil and great green grass. But here's the problem. You got houses built right next to those beautiful forests with all that underbrush that hasn't been cleared out. So yeah, enjoy that. Have fun with that.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of that fire that happened, what was it back in, I think it was 2018 when that whole mountain was on fire. Yeah. I had to drive past that on my way back home from college.
Was that the one up in like, was it Glendale?
It was from Santa Monica, dang near Santa Monica, all the way past Northridge. Yep, I had to drive right past.
Those are the ones that would like jump the freeways, like the embers would like jump the freeways. Man, that shit was crazy.
It was crazy.
I want to get a water truck because do you know how much those people make? The guys who truck the water up to the firefighters and to put those things out. Like literally, you can make like $100,000 a fire season, easy, and that's for just a couple months.
But Devil, here's what you're forgetting though: you would be in California. You're gonna.
I'm in California. I'm in California. I might as well benefit from it.
Yeah. You'll never get most of that money. They're gonna tax it right out of you.
Oh yeah, no, you
Gavin
pay
Newsom
taxes
has
on
to
it.
buy. He has to buy some more gel for his hair. He's gonna tax you to go pay for it.
pay the taxes here. I know. it's
You know,
but-
I love hearing Californians. So I have a lot of family that are still over there, and it's like live and die in LA, and nothing else comes close, right? And when I hear people talk about California the way you guys are, it kind of makes me happy inside. I'm like, it's not just me. This place fucking sucks, man. I mean, it's a beautiful place. It can be, but like, why would you want to live there? I don't know why. I don't get it.
Y'all soon you might know, because Gavin Newsom, if all these women vote because he's so cute and shit, you guys might be looking at President Newsom before.
Oh God,
Dude, that motherfucker looks like an American Psycho. He literally looks like the killer from American Psycho.
But
you guys
girls
seen that
are into
meme where
those
it's like
psychos.
his lizard face? Oh,
Yeah.
that thing! Every time I see it, I'm like, God, this is disturbing, because I could totally believe this as a real picture, you know, as a real thing.
I don't think it's going to happen this time, because that's what everyone keeps saying is, oh, Biden, it's just a big ploy. He's going to drop out, and Gavin Newsom's they're never going to replace Kamala Harris with a white straight dude. But at some point, I have no doubt that asshole thinks he can be president and will run for president.
Oh,
I mean, dude, his whole debate with Ron DeSantis, that's all it was. That's exactly what it was. That was his what do you call it? His
stage to perform.
His audition. His audition to be president. That's exactly what it was. And I guarantee you that's why all of his advisors and everybody around him told him to do that. Because we've been hearing rumors for a while inside of the Democratic Party. The polls show that the Democratic voters don't want Biden to run again. They think he's too damn old. They think he's too damn senile. It took them 4 years, but they finally figured out what we've been trying to tell them before they voted for the asshole.
That's why I was laughing when I saw the article saying that, well, Republicans are pushing for Biden to get kicked off the ballot. They don't want him on the ballot anyway. So.
You know, it's funny because they had, right after he did that debate, they had a senator from California who's actually a Republican came out and literally tore every single thing he said apart. Like, he's all like, yeah, you know, I'm from this state. I'll give you the real numbers. And literally every single thing he said I knew it, but every single thing he said the entire debate was just absolute bullshit and lies. Every time he tried to, California was actually really great during COVID, all this crap, every single ounce of it was complete bullshit. Nothing he said was true. Not a single thing.
I mean, politicians are going to do what politicians are going to do, but I mean, especially for those of us who are from there. I mean, I'm originally from there. I don't claim it anymore, except when I need to complain about it. Like I saw what it was like during COVID when I went to go visit my family. And you couldn't go anywhere without that stupid passport thing, and how like every store was locked down and you couldn't go anywhere. It was miserable. I saw my family was miserable, and I was coming from a place where like we really didn't do any of that. Like, I think for maybe a week, people were kind of being weird about it, but we had moved on, and I went to go visit my family, and they were like, everybody was scared out of their minds. And then the crime, they were saying, oh, crime is not as bad as it is in Florida or whatever. Like, are you fucking crazy? Like, I've been to Florida. I've been to a lot of places in Florida. I also been to a lot of places in LA. I would never move back to California.
Yeah.
Me neither.
And like, who is he trying to fool? I think it's just for the cameras and the talking points or whatever.
Well, that's how he's been his entire career. He doesn't take accountability for nothing. Here in California, we had they passed a law. God, what was it? It essentially banned gay marriage, and it was because the state was slowly going towards gay marriage being legal. And then he was mayor of San Francisco, and he came out and said, "We're doing it. Fuck all you. We're doing it. We're passing it." And it ended up, even though that's where everyone was heading, it caused a backlash. And they essentially passed a law that said gay marriage couldn't be legal in California ever. It had to get fought with millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to fight it all the way up to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to finally say that's not legal. You can't do that. all because Gavin Newsom took it upon himself to, instead of saying, okay, this is the direction the state is heading, and just, trying to build bridges and say, it's the right thing to do. Instead, he decided to sit there and spit in people's faces, and it caused a backlash that caused, like I said, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and pushed back that particular thing years and years and years. All because Gavin Newsom owes his big, fat, stupid, retarded mouth. He's done that over and over again. When COVID was happening, he went to the French Laundry, even though he told the whole state you can't go to restaurants, but he went for his party. He exempt his family's winery out from having to close down while every other one did. He actually carved out an exemption specifically for his family. He is the most corrupt bullshitter there's ever been. I would do anything to get him out as our governor, but like I said,
they tried to recall him and they failed. Like somebody's still voting for this dude
because the leftists demonized Larry Elder so much. That's all the reason it happened.
Ooh, the black white supremacists.
Yeah, the black white supremacists.
Blackface of white supremacy.
Oh, dude, that was so good. Like Larry Elder of all, like the guy literally grew up in Compton. Like he went to like this, what was it, the same high school as like I can't remember the name of the big rapper and gangbanger, but like he went to like the worst hood in like California back in the day. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about, dude?
And the fact that he got attacked, the way he did. But this is just my own personal speculation. I'm not so sure that he didn't actually get recalled. I just didn't buy it. I was like, wait a minute, this is like the second or third time that residents have tried to recall this man and get him out of there. Something just did not seem right. I was like, oh no.
Laurence, did you get your mail-in ballot for that recall election from Governor Newsom?
Well, I was already gone by then. I was long gone.
Oh, okay.
So,
however, I'm sure they don't make that process easy.
During the 2020 election, I did get a email saying, hey, your ballot has been sent to your addresses here in California. And I was like,
yeah, ours
don't
too.
Live there anymore.
Ours too. We had for me and my wife, the mail-ins were sent to our last known address in California. And we haven't lived there since 97. Like, that's fucking crazy. And our family member called and told us, yeah, we got some mail-in ballots. I'm like, what? We haven't been registered to vote in California in freaking years.
Yeah. But that's what they were counting on.
Everything's on the up and up.
As long as somebody filled them out.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about Gavin Newsom that he's probably not going to count on it, because just my opinion is that he's not that bright to think about it. All those Californians that have fled the states and gone to the others, when he decides to run for office, what does he think we're going to do? To everybody that we know around us, don't do it. Who do you think drove us here? All these Californians that you're mad about moving to your state, why do you think we left? Who do you think drove us to come over here? There's your man right there.
Well, according to him, they have more people coming in than going out from that debate, right? Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Hey, those people that are coming in, they're on connecting flights on the way out of town.
Yeah. I know it's anecdotal, but I have a lot of family members that left California in the last few years. And I imagine that's multiplied exponentially across the board. So when he said that, I don't think I watched the debates. I watched clips. And when he said that, I'm like, well, I know, like, that's complete bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
When he said that, I'm like, I don't know. People eat it up, man.
Yeah. My favorite was the reparations thing. When he was running for re-election a few years back, and he went ahead and he said, hey, I'm going to put this reparations department together, or a group or whatnot. You guys put all the numbers and let me know and he got reelected because he did that. And then when they came up with that number, I believe it was like 800 million. It was like 2 or 3 times the amount of California's entire budget. He looked at them and was like, "Yeah, no." I said I would just take a look at it. I didn't actually say that I was going to actually give you anything.
That was just to get his votes or whatever,
It was just
and
to
more
get votes.
pandering. Yeah.
Well, Biden just did it too. Now they've got this. Him and Camelhead just announced this this database, this national police database, where where all of their bad deeds and stuff is going to be put into this federal database, and so that the federal government can pull it, and it's supposed to make us scared black folk feel safe. Well, here's the problem. It has to be voluntarily handed over from every department in every state in the country. It literally has no teeth. It is his attempt once again to get the black vote with empty promises.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been that way since the beginning, right?
Since Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yep. What's that famous quote from LBJ? We're going to have the voting for us for the next 100 years after we pass that. And
well, no, I'm not. I don't
we're on YouTube. Even with Laurence, unless you're on camera and we can verify the fact that you're black, your voice isn't going to be enough to get us away with that one. But yeah, I mean, that was reported in 3 different governors' autobiographies that were all on Air Force One with him. And that's exactly because LBJ was one of the guys in the Senate so there was 3 civil rights acts passed between the 50s and 60s, 2 of which were completely and totally only voted for by Republicans, right? And the reason why they didn't have any teeth to actually do anything was because LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson, who was Kennedy's vice president, was the guy in the Senate that gutted all the teeth and all the enforcement ability from the federal government in order to be able to do those, right? And then as soon as Kennedy's dead, not very long afterwards, they passed that law. They passed the civil rights. It's actually got teeth in it. And yeah, he says, yeah, we'll have them voting for the next 100 years for us. And guess what? He wasn't that far off because it's only 2023 and people are just now starting to wake up. So at least we didn't make it to 2060. But yeah.
Well, they said that the big switch, remember? Oh, yeah, that's when all the Republicans became racist. The big switch. It was like one governor.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was one guy on the Republican side who had the ties to that thing. There was many on the Democrats, but one governor of that switched over that party and was like a racist asshole. And that's been the big story, is that's when it switched. And before that, like after the Civil War, all blacks were Republicans. Why? Because all the Democrats were the southern states. They were the ones, and they sold it and people bought it. And yeah, so retarded. People don't know history, though. That's a problem. They don't bother looking into history. They don't bother learning these things.
I've talked about that with my family, or briefly. We might have been drunk or something, and that kind of came up, and they looked at me like I had a freaking dig out of my forehead, man. They were like, "What? Like, how do you guys not know this?" But they had no idea.
The KKK was founded as a militant arm of the Democratic Party post Reconstruction in order to try to stop Reconstruction. Like, who voted for the Jim Crow laws?
Yeah.
All of this stuff is on record. All of it is, So it's like, yeah, man. Oh God. Yeah, that shit. It's funny how people try to twist that kind of nonsense so much. They try to warp history. And it's like, literally, it's like, the worst part is like even Wikipedia, for all the things we can talk about bad about Wikipedia and its self edits and its nonsense about specific personalities, even Wikipedia's voting records show the truth about all of this nonsense. Like, they push back against all of it. It's just like, it's so irritating that people would rather live in ignorance than spend the 5 minutes of time it would take them to learn the truth. And it's really, really sad. You've got this in your pocket. You have access to unlimited information abound in a way we have never seen before in our entire lives. and you're not willing to take 5 minutes to stop arguing with somebody on social media to just look that up. Just look stuff up. It's so sad.
And well, at least the Democrats try everything to hide it. So you do got to at least give them that, is that they're really good at trying to confuse people and mislead them. I mean, the same thing about what's happening over in Israel. If anyone knew shit about the goddamn conflict and how bad, they wouldn't sit there be saying, "Oh, they're occupying Palestinian land." Nope, sorry, learn something. But yeah,
I heard you got to go, brother.
Yeah, I gotta get sleeping.
Go back to hell. It's time for him to bend Hitler over.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I actually heard the exorcism outside my garage door right here. The bells are tolling from the Catholic Church. He's only got so much longer before he has to get back, before he'll banish, and he won't be able to return for Saturday. So we have to let him go now. So, yeah. Devil, tell me where they can find you at, buddy.
You can find me on Beelzebub. Check out the pub Saturday. We're not doing Get Ranked this week, but we will be doing the pub. Check it out. You can find me a bunch of other places. You'll see me around. I got to go find some innocents to corrupt. And
can you guys? Hey, Devil, can you explain to me what that Get Ranked thing is? I always see you guys do it and talk about it, but I don't. Not familiar.
We make lists. Well, I make lists of all things pop culture. We do movies, music, food, anything and everything. We make a list, and then I invite 4 people on to choose where it lands. Are they
argue about it and see what's what?
Yeah, essentially.
Cool.
It's fun. This next week, I don't know if we'll be doing it because New Year's, but if I do, I will make sure everyone knows what the next week's list is going to be. But Christmas, awesome. Not going to force no one to show up to that. So I will talk to you guys later, and have a good rest of the night.
See you, Devil.
Appreciate you being here, Devil. Good to see you, my friend.
I was kidding.
Go subscribe to Devil Made Me Do It, boys and girls. Check out Beelzebub and check out him out on Twitter as well. He's always doing good things. He's also one of the great guys that does a lot of the Legion of Memers stuff as well. So if you haven't already, go check him out on Twitter as well. Guy does X, whatever you want to call it. The guy does great stuff, does a lot of good work, does a lot of great memes for everybody out there. He really does. He's a good friend of this channel, has been for a long time, and absolutely is always a good guy to check out. Got some great takes on things. So definitely, if you haven't already gone, go and check out Devil Made Me Do It. He is a great friend out there. So yeah, appreciate you being here, Devil. Let's see here. Where were we at? What were we talking about here just 2 seconds ago?
You still drinking vodka over there, Jess?
Just for shots. I've switched to wine for the last few nights because it doesn't make me feel as funky in the morning. So I've been kind of drinking. I've been drinking some more. No, I've been drinking some Merlot out of my wonderful my goblet here, but it's a steampunk goblet that I actually got for Halloween a few years back, and I never actually got around to opening it until this year and actually getting it out and using it. Nice. But yeah, it's freaking great now. And also because I'm probably going to start probably tomorrow, I'm probably going to whip up a few batches of wine. Because when you're a lowly poor live streamer and YouTube takes away all of your wonderful memberships and everything else you had that was a dependent a part of your income, it's way cheaper to make your own wine. It's like a bottle of grape juice, maybe a couple of pounds of sugar, and some yeast, and you can make a halfway decent wine. So like it's not rocket science at all, and you make a gallon for like, I don't know, the $2 or $3 it cost you for ingredients at the store, and you can make a really decent wine. And so yeah, probably gonna switch over to that. Start doing some of the more of that tomorrow.
Maybe about 10, 12 years ago, there was a guy that was making his own wine, and he was going to parties, rich people parties and stuff, and he made millions of dollars, and these rich people were drinking this high value wine, not knowing that he was making it in his mother's bathroom sink.
Dude, that is freaking great. It does not surprise me at all. Because so this is one of the stories I always like to tell about. Like, I had a friend of mine down here who his dad made his business and made his money about decorating rich people's houses for Christmas lights. And these rich people are stupid. Okay. Especially there's a certain point where so much money makes you stupid because, and it's generally not the people like Elon Musk or I hate to even say this, but Jeff Bezos, the kind of guys that work, 18 hours a day. And that's how they've made their millions. But like these people that have, come into wealth, not necessarily hard, but, kind of easy, or maybe just, maybe they're just arrogant about their wealth now, but they like to get in competition with each other and like to pay for things. And it doesn't matter. Even if it's bad, they don't care because it's expensive, and the money part of it is all that matters to them. Like a buddy of mine, his dad ended up building his business on making Christmas tree lights for people in really rich neighborhoods, and it got to a point where they would just hand him a blank check and go, make it look better than my neighbors. That's all they cared about. It was all a competition to them, right? So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that a guy in LA tricked all of these stupid rich people into thinking that his freaking bathtub wine or his sink booze was the most highfalutin stuff because he was willing to walk in there with confidence, because that's the key. You walk in there with confidence and go, I got this stuff that's $1,000 a bottle because it's the da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And guess what? They're too dumb to freaking verify you. You might have some like good wine connoisseurs. You might occasionally get one of those guys that's like a real wine connoisseur that they'll test you and they'll look you up. But majority of those dumbass people at those cocktail parties, hell no, they got more money than brains. And yeah, they'll gladly buy up that shit. So hey, shit, maybe I should start doing some of that. Oh, sure. Put it in some fancy bottles, slap some fancy labels on it. Shit.
Did you see that spicy video I made on Twitter?
No, what did you do? What did you do? Bring it up. Let's see that. That'll be great. Let's see that.
Let's see if I can send it to you.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, you can just yeah. There you go. What? Is this your booze? Dude, that is so great. Wild turkey. Oh man. You are a slut for brandy. You realize you are a slut for like bourbon. You do realize that, right? Yeah, you're like an absolute slut for bourbon. That's probably more types of alcohol that you own than I have ever drank in my life.
Oh, yeah. The Japanese stuff is good.
I've heard good things about Japanese whiskey. I actually have. Or I don't know, Japanese bourbon, but I think they call it whiskey. Glenn love it. Oh, yeah, single malt Scotch whiskey. Oh, you had me at Scotch whiskey.
You gotta have the classics.
It might be time to dust some of those bottles there, buddy.
Oh, I know.
Just putting that out there. Like, I probably would have dusted my bottles before I made a video that I was going to put out there in the public.
I made it for Brahma. It wasn't meant to be like an actual.
Okay. It wasn't supposed to be meant for public display.
Dude, it's hard to keep the dust off of those things, man.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. It's hard to keep the dust off anything. Like I was like checking out some of my like all my little fun little figurines and everything else I got up here on my little collector's shelf, and I was like, I picked up my Gina Carano. The only Poppet I own is my Gina Carano one, or my own only Funko Pop that I ever bought is my Gina Carano one. I picked it up to show it off last night. I was like dusting the top of the dusting all the dust off the top of that damn thing. I was like, oh god. Oh my god. I love the glasses too. Oh, I love those kind of glasses. It just never stops. It never fucking. Dude, you have anything besides booze in that room?
No.
Do you have a real liver? You have a real liver at this point, or is it
no. Cyberpunk, dude. He's got a mechanical liver. Like, there's no other way.
It's almost over.
Rob, look at this. Chai's like, all these yours?
Yeah,
pour me a shot. Points. I want that. I want that. I want that. Yep, exactly.
Beautiful. Some even more beautiful. Oh yeah.
And you can tell when you've been drinking the most.
Yeah.
Multiple.
Oh yeah.
I don't see any Ryan's cognac over there though.
No, it's all just straight either bourbon or rye. Tennessee whiskey and Japanese whiskey. I got some scotch in there too.
I saw that. It's always weird. Like, I know, like they always say, like scotch is kind of an acquired taste, and like there was days where I dreamed of being a lawyer, and one of my favorite, my favorite shows was Shark, and so I like drinking scotch, you know, and I was like, so I intentionally acquired a taste for scotch, and it's so weird because scotch is one of those things, like, and I don't know if you've ever had this or not before, but have you ever had a craving for scotch?
I get cravings for whiskey all the time, man.
Okay. So there's a relatable sentiment. But like I used to get like a craving for scotch. Like I'd feel it in my mouth and my stomach would be like, I want some scotch. And I'm like, that is weird. No wonder people like this shit. Because once you get used to it, you're like, I really want some scotch all of a sudden. And now I want scotch all of a sudden. Yeah, that's funny as shit. Holy cow. But yeah. Lawrence, what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just listening to what you were saying. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that works. Yeah, those bourbons are beautiful. Those bourbons are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Well, not anymore, not so much, but I had a problem. It was like a what do you call it? An obsession.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime, usually when I travel, when I was traveling a lot, like if I was in an airport or in another state, I always had to pick something up. It was just automatic. I didn't care. I just had to go to the nearest liquor store and bring something home and put it on my shelf. And so I've got some weird stuff in there. Not all of it's good.
So sometimes you just want to pick up something because it looked cool and wild and that kind of thing. Then
just to try it. Yeah. There's a lot of distilleries out there and people trying to, make a name for themselves. So I'll try whatever's out there. And if it's good, I'll recommend it if I ever come across anybody in that state or whatnot. Not that my word carries much weight, but I like giving stuff a chance. Like the one I'm drinking now is a very weird whiskey. You ever seen God, I'm about to expose some nerd shit. You ever seen
welcome, brother, who are you talking to?
Yeah,
you know what I do for a living? Like, come on, who are you talking to?
I know.
We do Skinemax Saturdays. This is what a pop culture show, and like pop culture is what I do Monday through Friday. So come on.
Yeah.
I literally do Warhammer 40K videos for fun to help support another channel. Like, trust me, you're among friends.
So I have to set the background to this. On deployments, when you have some downtime, you watch, we had a media drive. It was like a hard drive, a server that everybody had access to, and you can watch movies, right? Movies and shows. And I went on a lot of deployments. I had 13 deployments, so I got to watch a lot of stuff. And after a while, you start to run out of shit to watch, right? And one of my buddies recommended Vampire Diaries.
All right. Look, I ain't gonna get mad at you. Okay, I watched the majority of Vampire Diaries. I thought the last season was fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I liked what was the one about the legends, or what was the one about the family?
Original.
The originals.
Originals, yeah. I liked the originals a lot better than the Vampire Diaries, and I even gave the Academy a shot. But man, that thing got fucking weird by the end. I was just kind of done by the end of it.
Yeah, so
that's the one I'm talking about. Legacy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I never watched shows really. And when I got over there, I started watching like Supernatural and Grimm and just kind of all these weird like random things.
Grimm was good too. Tragedy it ended so soon. I really enjoyed Grimm.
Yeah, and when my buddy recommended Vampire Diaries, my daughter had told me about it, and I always equated it to like it's like a teenage girl thing that you watch, like watching Twilight or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck it, we're on deployment, let's just watch it. And I was addicted. Anyways, years later, the two brothers, bootleg DVDs, the brothers in real life came out with their own bourbon. And it's called
really?
Yeah, it's called Brothers Bond.
Nice.
Yeah, it's from the two brothers, Damon and
Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan. Yeah, and so they have their own thing, and I was on the first ordering list, and I got it, and I thought it was just I got it for the joke, or just to try it, and I actually really like it. It's really good. It's I think like $30-40 a bottle, and I think this is like my fourth bottle that I've gone through.
So it's good shit too. Then
Yeah,
that's
this
hell.
empty one.
Oh hell yeah! It's nerdy and good. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So I can be nerdy sometimes. Just it's good stuff.
No, that's great. It's like I said, I mean, it's one of those, I mean, I get a lot of hate because I support all of my Zack Snyder friends, Zack Snyder bros. I'm doing my 24-hour stream starting tomorrow night, right after Comic Book Shop Talk, and the first thing we're gonna do is watch Rebel Moon, because it premiered tonight, and I haven't watched it, and that's what we're gonna do tomorrow night. Yeah, you'll be on there, Rob. You'll get the link. We'll start that off as soon as Comic Shop Talk ends. So probably 11:30, we'll be live on Rumble and Kick. And, Rumble knows what fair use is. So if we're watching a movie, if we're doing a watch along, and if, we pause every once in a while and talk about something for a second, then you know what? That's fair use because it's transformative. And so we're going to be able to watch that. And you know what? I don't, people are like, oh my God, why are you going to make people suffer through that? I'm like, because you know what? A lot of my friends, a lot of my fans, I cut my teeth back when I was still on YouTube, my live streaming video career. I cut my teeth on Warner Brothers leaks because guess what? I'm a Henry Cavill fan. No bullshit, no homo. Henry Cavill, love him to death. He's an extremely underappreciated actor in Hollywood, always has been. Why did I dive into 40K? Because I heard Henry Cavill had the complete and total rights and control to create a Warhammer universe.
Yes,
television and movies. And so I'm like, cool. That's a property that I know is not going to get screwed up. And so I delved deep into Warhammer 40K for the last year and a half. And guess what? Now I'm doing Warhammer 40K videos on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop for them, So it's like there's nothing wrong with being a nerd and being happy about that kind of stuff. And I'm totally okay with supporting my Snyder bros. Absolutely, Lawrence.
I have a question about that comment. Is Geeks and Gamers Tabletop, is that Geeks and Gamers? Or are they separate?
Yes. No. So that is a Geeks and Gamers subsidy channel. So technically is owned by Jeremy. And Jeremy still makes all the final decisions on any technical aspects. But it really is a Rude Eye's channel. A Rude Eye runs it. But Geeks and Gamers does profit off of a lot of it. But a Rude Eye knows he's building something. The idea behind Geeks and Gamers Tabletop is guilt-free gaming. It's because a Rude Eye was really big in the D&D sphere. Had his own company for quite a few years where he was doing all that kind of stuff. And just like the woke has infected so many other things, the woke severely infected Wizards of the Coast, who owns D&D, who owns Magic the Gathering, who is owned by Hasbro.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because Arudi's they talk a lot of woke nonsense, but the Frost Maiden campaign that they said was supposed to be all about climate change and all this other nonsense, none of it was woke at all. They're running a Frost Maiden campaign right now and have been for almost has it been a year? It might have been a year now. They've been running that Frost Maiden campaign forever. But there's none of it's actually the woke nonsense in there. But what happened with Arudai was he invited someone on who had been canceled and then cleared of all charges. He invited one of those guys on to play or to talk or something like that on his channel and with his company. And that got him immediately canceled. Some of his longest DMs turned on him because of one chick, because of some other nonsense, because of people saying, oh, you shouldn't talk to this guy because of X, Y, and Z, even though the guy had been cleared of all charges. Was completely innocent as far as the law was concerned, but because he had a bad rep among all the wokies out there, it was enough for a Rude Eye to lose his entire business. And he just walked away because he was tired of doing with it. He just shut the whole thing down. He was like, I'm not going to deal with it. And so one night he had this, he was like, all right, I'm going to give this another shot. And he's like, so he got all of the ideas worked up. He got how he would play the games. He paid for it out of his own pocket to have all of the logo done with the dragon and the G&G symbol. He paid for all of that to be done on his own. And then he reached out to Jeremy. He reached out to Jeremy in an email, gave him this big long email, said, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing. And Jeremy took it to Ryan and asked Ryan, do you think this is a good idea? Do you think this is something we can do? And Ryan looked at him and told him he was stupid if he didn't take the idea and didn't run with it. And so Ryan was one of the first guests over there when they did Advanced Geeks and Gamers, which was like a D&D custom campaign that involved a lot of the famous faces from the Geeks and Gamers crew. It's been great. They had Jeremy come on for an Aliens campaign that was like a 3-show campaign where Jeremy was running around acting like it was great. He thought he did a horrible job. The chat absolutely freaking loved him. He did a really good job. X-Ray Girl's been on over there a bunch of times. Obviously, Ryan Cannell played Advanced Geeks and Gamers. Our dear sweet having a brain fart comics division is a regular over there now. I've got two of my co-hosts on Wednesday, Sevi and Moss, that they play on his shows all the time. JT Savage is another one that hangs out with us. Yeah, it's a Geeks and Gamers channel. It's ran by a Rudai and Geeks and Gamers company, whatever it is. However, Jeremy's got it licensed. It's not my business. I don't care. But Jeremy's, the Geeks and Gamers as a whole, gets a portion of it. Gets a big portion of it. But it's going to end up being a full-time job. And my dear sweet friend Sevi just got pulled on as Geeks and Gamers full-time. She's like Geeks and Gamers official, whereas I'm just a content creator for Geeks and Gamers channel, making all their 40K stuff. But I'd like to expand that out. I'd like to. There's a great.
I was going to talk to you about that. Now that I am in Texas, I've got some ideas and stuff. I've got you and I both have quite creative minds. And so I'm pulling on some of those veterans benefits, and I'm going to start my own stuff. So, and that's why I was asking, because, I watch, Geeks and Gamers and stuff, and I'm a fan of theirs, but I definitely don't want to, steal. Well, I would never steal any kind of content from them anyway. But I would figure as big as they've gotten, me reaching out and saying, hey, I'd like to, play one of these tabletop games or play some of these games. And I thought that it was a separate entity. And so I was going to talk to you about that. But since now that I know it's theirs, I'm like, well, No,
don't be afraid at all, because we do casting calls. Whenever we've got new shows coming up, we do casting calls. And the only thing is, though, you're going to have to be on camera. That's one of the only requirements. Okay, good.
Before.
Okay.
I just, I don't stay off camera because I'm afraid of being seen. I stay off camera so that people don't have heart attacks and die when they actually get a good look at me.
That's true. You are pretty fucking ugly. You are pretty fucking ugly. That's true. But yeah, no, they put out, whenever they've got new shows coming up and stuff, they'll put out casting calls, right? And they'll go, hey, this is the system we're using. If you've got experience with it, okay, great. If not, that's okay too. But show us what your character is going to be all about. Show us what you can do. Show us your acting skills. Show us that kind of stuff, And I do have a plan, and I've talked about this before on my live stream, so I don't think it's that big a deal to talk about here. But Geeks and Gamer Warhammer 40K has a system called Wrath and Glory, which is very much kind of a D&D style system, except it's in the Warhammer 40K universe. And my goal is to start, is obviously because we're having to rebuild from the ground up on Rumble. Go subscribe to my Rumble. Come become a subscriber. $5 a month. Come join my locals. Yada yada yada. Yeah. But when I get that little bit of extra money, my plan is, because Arudai is one of those DMs that if I can throw him a system, I can throw him Wrath and Glory, and I'm like, Arudai, I need you to learn this system and run it for me. I'll take care of the universe. I'll take care of the characters. I'll take care of everything else. Just I need you to run the system for me because you're really good at learning that kind of stuff on the fly. And he's already agreed to that. And so if I can throw him enough money to run private games for me and 3 of my friends, because, you can do up to 6, I think, in Wrath and Glory, but I think 4 is a good start just to kind of feel out the system. Then I'm going to throw him enough money. I'm going to pay for all my friends. We're going to do like 4 or 5 sessions, and it's all going to be paid for up front. I'm going to be like, this is what we're going to do. I need to learn this system. I need to understand it. And then the goal is to turn one of those streams into a Warhammer 40K D&D stream. Wrath and Glory.
Join you in that. I've never I've heard about Warhammer, but I've never really sat down and got it because it just seems so vast by now. And I'm like, okay, well, where do I start?
I'll tell you right now. This is what I tell everybody. The best place to start is some lore videos on YouTube. But the cool part about Warhammer 40K, and this is what I always try to tell you, there is something for everyone in Warhammer 40K. If you like big giant robots, there's a whole segment of the Imperium that is dedicated to big giant robots with people inside of them. If you're into World War II stuff, the basic soldiers, the grunts that run around and do everything and fight the normal battles, there's great stories about them. If you want to know about big hulking space marines that kill Xenos and wipe out all that kind of stuff, you can go learn about those guys. If you're interested in aliens, there's a bunch of books and a bunch of different races and all this kind of lore behind all the aliens too. So Warhammer 40K, this is how I started Warhammer 40K. Okay. I was just scrolling through Amazon, looking at Warhammer 40K stuff. And I was like, ooh, Dark Angels, they're green. Green's my favorite color. I'm going to look into the Dark Angels. And I made the Dark Angels my army. And it turns out the Dark Angels have some of the best lore. They've got some of the craziest stuff going on right now. And I'm like, okay, Dark Angels are my boys. Now, and that's how you start. That's how you just, it's, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Hey, Lawrence, are you out of the military now?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been out.
Yeah. You've been out for a while?
Yeah, I've been out for a while.
Okay. I was just curious. I've been talking to some other veterans that just got out and just kind of getting their takes on how it was like in the last few years. I've been out for a few years, so I'm kind of a little out of touch. And I was doing some videos on retention issues and stuff like that. So,
well, I do know people that are either still in or just got out. And a lot of them, just the whole get out because you won't take the job, that really turned people off. And a lot of people don't know that, they're like that with all shots,
Yeah. So I was in the medical field. I was a medic in special operations, and part of my job was keeping the regiment green on all MedPro stuff. Right. And I was part of that system that went around chasing down the regimental commander to make sure he got all his shots, or the CSM. And I know that there's always room for exceptions. We did it a number of times with either TB or whatever it was, anthrax or the smallpox. There was always room to make an exception if there was, there was a decent reason, like if someone had an allergic reaction or whatever, or obviously if you've had TB before, you get exceptions or exemptions. So I'm a little, I'm extra frustrated with how that all went down, especially when people outside of the military talk about, you've got to get shots anyways, and you get your 7 anthrax shots or however many we got while we were in. But there was always room for an exception if it made sense. Like if you're just like, well, I'm not getting that just because, then you kind of get in trouble. But I never heard of anybody getting kicked out of the military for not getting an anthrax shot ever. Like
they tried. They when it was when I was in, they were messing with people who wouldn't get it.
There were a couple of pre-COVID.
Yeah, this is way pre-COVID. This is like early 2000s.
Yeah.
It wasn't widespread, but there were cases where there were service members in different branches that were kicked out for refusing to take the anthrax shot. I finished the entire series.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I try to be open-minded about a lot of this stuff. So I spent the first 6 years of my career in conventional forces. So I was in the big army out of Fort Carson. Mm-hmm. And so my experience during that time in the medical field was pretty minimal. And I remember that we you just go in for your shots. It wasn't a big deal, but there was never any event like we had. But when I went into SOF, I was a medic, and I was very, very involved in all the medical stuff. And we encountered people that either had bad reactions to stuff in the past, or whatever. There was always room, and I hate to keep harping on this, but there was always room for an exemption or an exception. Like it could be explained away. Nobody in any military unit was ever 100% green on MedPros. It was just an impossibility. right? So when I heard that this was going on and people were getting kicked out for it, like I was like, "What? This is far beyond like a health thing."
It's a money thing. They spend all that money.
Yeah, so it was a money and it was a political thing.
Mm-hmm.
And when I found out that some of the guys I know were getting kicked out, I was just like, man, I was devastated that the military would do this. When I like my whole worldview kind of got rocked after I got out and I started kind of looking from the outside in. So I've questioned a lot of things, and this COVID thing with service members, and it really messed up my perception of the military leadership, because I understand when the politicians are pushing this shit down, but when the leadership all the way up, like your company commander and your first sergeant are the first big wigs in your chain of command, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then whether you got your battalion or your squadron, depending on what kind of unit you're in, your battalion CSM or your battalion commander, and then you got your regimental or your brigade. Like at some point, people should have stood up for their men and women and said like, hey, this is getting out of hand. If it was just like one guy being a dick and not wanting shots, I understand. But I mean, you're talking about thousands of people, thousands of lives, thousands of careers that were upended. And all the way up to Sergeant Major Grinston, who is the Sergeant Major of the Army. Like, and I'm only talking from the Army's perspective, because that's what that was my world. But
mine too.
Nobody put their foot down, because nobody wanted to suffer the political ramifications of losing their job. And it was the biggest disappointment, man.
Yeah. But you see they're paying for it now, because I've been reading news reports that they went crawling back to all those people that they kicked out.
Yeah, I did a video on that. I saw that stupid letter that came out, but you still got to jump through hoops to go in. Yeah, you got to go back through MEPS. You got to go, back to your recruiter and getting your DD 214 and your discharge description changed. It's messed up, man.
Yeah, you can crawl into us, but you want us to jump through hoops for. Nobody's gonna win. Nobody wants to serve with who we have sitting in the White House right now.
Yeah,
not just him, but the people around him, who, in my opinion, are the ones that are actually running the country.
Yeah, and I have such a problem with that, because I had such a good career and experience throughout my life. Like I loved, like, disregard the macro view politics and geopolitics and war and stuff, but just the experiences that I had with my leadership and my subordinates over the last over 20 plus years, man. I cherish that. And now when people talk about enlisting, it's like taboo now. It's like, hell no, I'm not recommending anybody enlist. And it's so disappointing, because it was such a good life for me. It was a hard life, and you miss a lot of things and you go through a lot of trauma or whatever. But I mean, there's nowhere else in the world you can experience shit like this. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the fact that I second guess myself when I recommend this life to somebody, it's like really causing me some internal grief. Yeah, man. It's just like, I want to recommend this life, but now I'm like, I don't know, man.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, how many businesses do you know where that are owned by somebody that's benevolent? You know what I mean? I would say to them what my recruiter said to me: there's always going to be a-holes in the military going all the way up the chain to the top. The military is what you make of it.
Yeah.
You can go anywhere. You could own your own business and, just have a bad time. So you can't, it's nothing wrong with you suggesting it, but just be honest with them. Like, hey, you're going to be in that unit with people that you just downright cannot stand. I mean, I saw, how can I say this? I saw friendly fire lists with names of people that outranked us I had nothing to do with the list, but I happened to walk by over here and see it of high ranking of NCOs and some officers that were gonna go missing had we deployed. And this was shortly after 9/11 because they had pissed off and aggravated, and bullied so many people that it was as soon as we touch ground, it's open season on them.
Yeah,
If they happen to get stuck behind a firefight or something, they getting left. We might even fire off a stray bullet or two. I mean, these were the words that I was hearing, and I was, and I knew who they were talking about, and I was like, you know what? I've seen it wasn't the first time I've seen it. It's not the first time I've heard stories. I've heard stories of, E8s or E7s bullying their soldiers and then getting the brakes beat off of them, as soon as they got off base and was away,
Yeah, man, it's crazy. So like, I love hearing about the other experience. So my military experience was very narrow in its totality. Like I said, the first 6 years I was in the regular army. So my experiences were coming right off of Gulf War One. There's a lot of people coming off of Gulf War One and the stuff in Mogadishu, and that's when I enlisted and when I joined. So the military was completely different back then. And then 9/11 happened, and then Iraq happened, and that was my experience was very narrow. It was very specific to going to war and all that stuff. So I didn't get to have the experience that most people in the regular army have with like leadership issues and stuff like that. Because like right after that, I went to special operations, and it was a whole different world. Mm-hmm. And I'm just kind of going back to my original point about recommending service to people. It's just like, the more I hear these stories and I see these TikTok videos of poor leadership, and I see the videos of the generals blaming the soldiers for poor barracks conditions and shit like that, I'm just like, man, like I missed out on a lot being where I was. And I have like my whole worldview has been kind of shuttered.
It was around. I didn't see that when I was on active duty, but when I saw it in the reserves, I saw a major lose his weapon and blame his soldiers. He had left his weapon at the firing range. He told his superiors that his soldiers went into his locker, which had a lock on it and was right next to my bed. He said that they broke into his locker and stole his weapon, which nobody believed, because first of all, why is your weapon in a locker?
Yeah. And not in the arms room?
In a locker.
Yeah, and not in the arms room, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So nobody believed it. And they went out to the fire range, and sure enough, there it was laying there in the sand.
Yeah, it's crazy. Man. How long were you in for?
3 years active, and I did probably maybe about 14 years in the reserves.
See, oh yeah, you did the 2 weeks a month, 2 week. What is it? Weekend.
That's a big lie.
Or something like that.
The big lie where they tell you, oh, you're only gonna. It's only it's only 1 weekend, 2 days out of the month. And
surprise, y'all are going to Iraq for freaking 13 months.
Oh, bro, it wasn't even that. It was like drill. Initially, it was like 2 days, and then all of a sudden, it was 3 days. Then it was 4 days. Then you're at work and you're getting phone calls. Oh, yeah, drill this weekend. We can talk about drilling for another 2 weeks. Yeah, we just changed it. We'll see.
Oh God,
we'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Like Saturday is like 2 days away. 2 days away. Not anymore. Tomorrow's Saturday for you. We'll see you in 6 hours. I was like,
jeez. Wow. Were you in the reserves out of California or out of?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reserves is a weird experience. When I was changing from tanker to medic into special operations, there was a short period of time when I was whole nother story that we probably have fun talking about. But there was a year, less than a year. It was like 6 months where I had to report to a reserve unit, and I had to go in and do drill or whatever on the weekends, and it was a whole culture shock coming from the regular army into the reserves.
Mhm.
And I was glad to leave it.
Yeah, it's because you get these people that are. I mean, you can tell who's been active duty and who hasn't, because the ones that have been active duty before, they're not so high strung. The
Mhm.
rest of them is like, they have their little bit of rank and they show up the weekend and they want to stick their chest out, and just looking at them like, in the
Yeah.
great scheme of things, you're nothing. like, you don't know what you're doing. If something really happens, you'd be looking at me, this guy, this guy, this guy. You'd be asking us what to do.
Yeah.
So I just kind of I just kind of took it in stride, and especially when I was younger, because I was a hothead too, and it did not take much for me I didn't care what rank somebody was. And thank God I didn't get court martialed for some of the people I went off on. They were like, yeah, well, you're going to do this and this. I was like, oh, really? And I was like, who's going to make me? You? Like, that's how I was. They were like, well, as a matter of fact, seeing as how you're a private and I'm a colonel, yeah, you're going to do it.
Did you guys ever get any kind of administrative like Article 15s in UCMJs or anything like that? Yeah.
Yep,
I didn't, but
I did.
I didn't.
Yeah, I was
but
always
boy,
in trouble, man.
my roommate in South Korea, oh my gosh, I could tell you some stories about that guy. He got an Article 15. But that guy, I think the whole time that he was actually sober, the whole year that we were there, were the 2 weeks that he had that Article 15. This guy, like during the week, they say we'll start on Monday, right? We'll work all day. We get off at 4:30. He would drink from 4:30 to 8, and he would just drink beer, right? And he, go sleep at 10 or whatever. You
Come to
keep that going
formation
all the way-
smelling like a brewery.
Yeah, man. You
Yeah.
keep that all the way to Friday, right? Get off 4:30 Friday.
Yeah.
He would drink beer from 4 to 8 o'clock, then go out to the village and drink hard alcohol until the bars close, right?
Yeah.
And oh man, just abbreviate a couple of incidences. I've walked past a hallway, I walked past an alleyway and saw him fighting some another soldier, a Guatemalan dude. And they were so drunk that they couldn't even hit each other. They would each throw a punch and then have to stop to throw up. And they would throw another punch at each other, miss, stop, and throw up. So I'm standing there and I'm watching, and I wasn't gonna stop it. I was like, man, and he outranked me, but it was one of those things where that's your battle buddy, it's your roommate. If he's in trouble, you're in trouble. And I was like, well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see this. Hour later, I see them in a bar drinking and laughing together.
Of course.
Then the next week, I didn't see him out in the village. I came across him when I was almost to the barracks. No, in fact, no, it was that same night. He was so drunk, and he used to walk around with this pimp cane. He was so drunk that he had to walk sideways, and he had to use the cane to keep him standing upright. So he's walking sideways, literally like a crab, all the way to the barracks. All the way.
Yeah.
That's not even the worst. The worst. My favorite story about that fool is we were out with our platoon sergeant and the E7, right? And he's trying to get the bartender's attention, and she's serving somebody. So he's already drunk at this point, and he's one of those obnoxious drunks. Like, like this girl walked up to us and she asked me wanted something. He just looks at her and he goes, "Damn, you got some big ass titties." That's the first thing out of his mouth, right? So this fool takes a quarter out of his pocket. And I'm looking, I'm like, what the hell is he gonna do with that quarter? And before I could do anything, the bartender, she turned around, it was a Filipino girl. He throws a quarter, hits her right between the eye, like David and Goliath. Pops right between the eye. He's sitting right next to our E7 and our E6. They're turning around like, man, what the hell are you doing? They're yelling at him. She grabs a Coke bottle that still got Coke in it, unopened. She comes from the corner, getting ready to bust him upside the head with it. Well, my E6 comes around, grabs it, takes it from her. So we lift him up out of the seat and we're gonna walk him out. There was they had those they call them juicy girls. You buy them a drink and do all this stuff. So there was a girl, it was a Korean chick that was standing at the door, and he used to always talk about how nice her butt cheeks were and all this. So he used to always say this, and she's talking to this guy, right? She sees him, she sees us walking with him, and she poked her butt out, just to kind of tease him with it. He's wearing those old school Timberlands, the big tan ones. When I say he kicked this chick up into the roof, the ceiling was low and it was slanted, right? He parted her butt cheeks and kicked her and hit her straight up to her head, hit the ceiling.
Damn.
When I say he parted her, he kicked her so hard that she flew up and hit the ceiling. Jeez. And landed and looked at me and said, "Well, what the hell's wrong with this guy?" A whole year of dealing with this dude getting drunk, coming over trying to fight me. It just
this guy was your roommate.
He was my roommate.
Oh God, this is the worst.
The day I left, from the day I got there, a day before he did, I could not get out of there fast enough.
Oh man!
And maybe about a year and a half later, I was at my new base, and I ran into somebody I hadn't seen in basic, and he starts telling me a story about how he was stationed at, I think it was at Fort Gordon, and how there was a guy in his unit he couldn't wait to get away from, because every time they would go to a bar, the guy would get into a fight, right?
Yeah.
And it was my former roommate, right? Oh, but I didn't tell you the best one. Right? So Common, I don't know if you've ever been to the bars in Korea. So they have pool is a big thing there. There's a lot of gambling with pool. Everybody does it, right?
I've heard about it. I've never been.
So my roommate, he goes in there. He goes to play pool. Well, he goes after a while. He's playing. He goes to set his money, because you would take your money out, you put it on a table so everybody knows that you got money. Everything's on up and up. He goes in his front pocket, and I'm hearing this. So I'm not there. I'm hearing this directly from him, right? Because it kind of split. He says, I put my money down on the table, or at least I went to look for my money. It wasn't there. So this guy stole my money. So I turned around and I hit him. I turned around and he just turned and hit him, right? And then a big old fight broke out. He leaves the bar. He comes in. He's drunk telling me this. He passes out. So I'm like, okay, I know what bar it is. I'm going to get up in the morning and go over there and see for myself. This fool's probably lying. So I go over to the bar. I walk in and I see, when you have an older man, you say Adachi, So I walk in and I said, and the bar is destroyed. I said, Adachi, what happened? And I got the whole earful from him. And I was able to put two and two together, because then I went back and talked to Longmire. That was his name. But when he sobered up, right? So here's what happened. He reached in his front pocket. The money wasn't there. He turns around and punches the guy that's directly behind him, because he thinks this guy has reached in his pocket and robbed him. What he didn't know was that the guy had 8 other guys with him. He hit the guy so quick that the guy thought that the guy next to him hit him. So he turns and hits that guy. That guy had a large group of guys with him. So they all turn around and they just start brawling, and it spreads like a virus throughout the whole. The windows were busted. The pool tables got jacked up. The bar itself got jacked up. There was glass everywhere, right?
Is this all in Korea?
Yeah, this is in Korea.
Yeah.
The Odyssey's telling me all of this, right? And he doesn't know who started the fight. I know how it started, because I remember what my roommate said. So I got in and I'm talking to him, and he goes, "Yeah, man, they just this and happened." I was thinking, so you started the damn fight, right? Like, this fool started the freaking fight. He's cleaning out his pants, and he goes in his back pocket. Guess what he pulls out?
His money.
The money.
Oh my
God! Know how much money it was? $2. He
Over
destroyed a
$2.
bar over $2 that he put in his back pocket and forgot.
Oh God, that sucks.
Dude, that's funny as shit. Jesus, what a mess. Like that's, yeah. Welcome to military story, boys and girls. Like, welcome to military. And this is one of the things. Like, I know you guys were talking about earlier, as far as like encouraging and dissuading people from the military. And it's one of those sad things. Is it does feel like we shouldn't encourage our brothers and sisters, our friends, to go in the military. Because you know, my oldest son, I always told him, I said, "You want to go to college? Join the military. Do 4 years, and they'll pay for it all." And it's sad to say, it's one of those things that I wouldn't tell him to do that now because of all the nonsense. And we have these great stories, and that's the worst part, right? The military is an experience for so many of us. Rob was talking about Article 15s earlier. How many Article 15s did you get, Rob? 3. Yeah. Everybody else in the chat, we got 2. 2 was our max out there in the chat. And mind you, Big Rob is the guy that lasted 20 years. Okay,
I had 2 company grades and 1 field grade. And I still made it, dude. I still got it through all of it.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
And you know what? Staying away from my roommate was the best thing because who was it that said it's not a party? Rose said it's not a party unless the MP show up. Well, guess what? The next time he went out, the MP showed up, and that's how he got that damn Article 15.
Yeah, so this was all before, for me, it was all before GWAT. That before the wars, man, there was not a lot to do other than you do your occasional training. Like for us in the tank world, in the Cav, we would go to Pinyon Canyon or NTC. You do like sergeant's time or whatever, but there was a lot of downtime, man. So it was a lot of time to drink, especially underage. It's a lot of drugs. It's just a lot of shenanigans. And back then, they were more lenient with when you got in trouble and stuff. But yeah, so I think the first one I got so drunk. I was underage, and I got so drunk that I missed formation. And I came to, when I finally got there, I smelt like a brewery. That's why I mentioned it earlier, because like every time it was seeping out of my pores, and like when I burp, like right when we were gonna do PT, and I just have the smell of beer coming off of me. So I got my first company grade for that, and then my second company grade was what was the second one? Oh, the second one was I was drunk again. They put me in a different barracks because I kept getting in trouble. And it was a barracks where they can it was just like the troublemakers barracks, basically. This is a long time ago. And I got so drunk, I went to Hooters, got drunk, passed out, and I remember waking up to a banging on my door. Boom, 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 boom. Moreno, wake up. I was like, fuck, man. So I opened the door and pretended like I was sick, but they called my bullshit. And I got my second company grade, and then my field grade was in the middle of winter in Colorado, and living in the barracks, a lot of shenanigans going on. And we used to torment this E5 that lived in the barracks. We would always, knock ditch, or we would piss on his door. We'd get drunk and piss on his door, because the E5s, the sergeants always had like the bigger rooms. And so like we get drunk and just like torment this guy. Anyways, on the way out of messing with him, because he was on the 3rd floor, we pulled the fire alarm in the barracks, and that activates the post fire department and MPs, and we all we go running, and the MPs show up, the fire department show up, and we're all underage and drunk or whatever, and that was my first field grade. But it was a fun night, man. It was fucking awesome, dude. I ended up doing my 30 days. It was at 30 and 30, so 30 days extra duty, 30 days restriction, and the squadron commander loved me, so he saw me all the time doing extra duty. And he always just, looked out for me or whatever. So it was a nothing, I just go do my time and you move on with your life. And yeah, that was the last time I got in trouble. And after that, I was just like, man, I was a straight arrow. I didn't want to do that shit no more.
Did you ever play Superman?
Superman? No, what's that?
Some guys, well, half the guys in my barracks, they got
When you get on the hood?
Oh no, they, like you said, alcohol.
Yeah,
it was Friday night. They all got drunk, and each of them thought that they could jump the farthest. And one of the geniuses got up and said, "Well, I can jump farther than any of you, and I'm going to prove it." So he opens up a window and takes it and goes back, takes a head start, and jumps right out the window. Now, underneath about the bottom, there's a long grass field, but at the bottom is gravel.
Yeah.
He lands on the gravel. What do the other geniuses do? Oh, he landed over there. Well, I can go farther than that. These fools go jumping out the window, a person after person after, and I'm sitting in a chair in the day room, in the second floor day room. I'm watching them jumping out the window.
Like,
I look over at the window.
Motherfuckers.
Who do I see standing? Who do I see standing in the grass field watching this? First sergeant.
Oh God.
And I'm thinking, I'm like, oh man, he's about to come in here and I went downstairs and I was like, well, hi, first sergeant. I guess they're in trouble. And he was like, nope. He was like, they're gonna regret it when they wake up the next morning. I mean, their legs were all jacked up. Half of them was asking me and other people how the hell they didn't even know how they got hurt. Because we had to pick them up we had to pick them dummies up off the floor, off the ground, and walk them back in.
Yeah. And
take them to their rooms. But yeah, it's when you jump out of the second story window to try to see who lands the farthest.
So what I remember of what we called Superman is we would get drunk. Again, this is pre-GWAT. So on Fort Carson is where my first duty station was. There was there's two long roads. I think they called it the banana belt or something like that. There's two long roads, and the barracks were on the side of this road, and people would get drunk and get on the top of the cars on the hoods, and we would just be shit faced, and you spread, on the hood of the cars, and you spread out and you just go down the banana belt on both sides, as fast as you could. The MPs didn't really give a shit. If you got in trouble, you just, they'd probably lock you up for the weekend or whatever, and it was no big deal. But it's a different time back then.
Yeah,
man. Yeah. So when I eventually got into SOF, like that was a whole different thing. Like I had to, be good and straight and narrow and not break the rules and stuff like that, because they'd kick you out without flinching. Different time.
SOF, they don't play, man. They can't afford to.
Yeah. We have some troublemakers throughout the years that I was there, but it was no zero tolerance with alcohol incidents, zero tolerance with drugs, zero tolerance with altercations downtown. So they always told you, if you got into a fight downtown, like, you either have an exit strategy, so have an exfil plan, but whatever happens, don't get caught, or else you're RFS, you're getting out of, get booted out. So it was always like the thing, like, if you're gonna get in fight downtown, just make sure you've got a ranger buddy with you and a good exfil plan. And but I mean, by then I was older and I kind of stayed out of trouble. Where did Jesse go? Looks like we got
he went to go jump out the second story window.
Yeah, he's gonna go try it. Oh man.
Yeah, I will say this though. I mean, I've definitely had some bad leadership, but I don't change it for anything in the world, man. And that's why I said, if anybody that wants to join the military now, I always tell them, just do your research, look at what you want to do. You've got your good leaders, you got your bad leaders, but it won't be like that forever. And honestly, if the well-intentioned, if they don't go in, it won't get better. It'll stay bad.
Yeah. Those are the internal, I guess the internal struggles or conversations I've had with myself, is like recommending people to go in. I mean, it was such a fun life, man. just the friends and the camaraderie. So if you do it for those right reasons, don't do it for other people. Don't do it for, you know, for glory. Don't do it for, like, even doing it for patriotism. It's that one I struggle with now because of the way things are, and just my own views after the fact. So if you're going to serve, if you're going to go into the military, just know that, you know what you're getting into, and find honor in the relationships that you build, in the leaders that you encounter, and then the subordinates, the people that you need, that you eventually lead yourself. Like, and those are the things that I took from it. You know, whether we did the right thing in fighting these wars, I'll leave that to history. But I know what I was in. The people that I surrounded myself with were some of the bravest and most honorable and admirable people, and that's kind of what I took from it. You know, if you just stick with that stuff and all the politics and all that shit, like, I stopped caring about that stuff after I got out. I used to drink the Kool-Aid, and now I'm just like, I'm over it, man.
I mean, that's the best way to be, though. I mean, when you go in the military, it's like, look, we have to execute, and the military has manuals and guidelines on what's acceptable and what's not. And so, no matter what a politician thinks, you know, you pull out that reg, you pull out that manual. Hey, this says that I'm supposed to do this, this, and this, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm sticking to it. I swore allegiance to this, even if you didn't, even if you only did just so you could get where you're at, you know.
Yeah.
So, and that's just how I looked at it.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. I agree. I think people, especially people that never participated in everything, and no shade on those people. It's like when they come in judging people that were in with harsh language and things like that. It's like, dude, I'm not part of the bureaucracy, the machine. I was just a cog in the wheel, and I joined for my own reasons, and I served for my own reasons. But yeah, I've, especially ever since I started making videos and kind of got more public, I've seen some pretty nasty things, and it sucks, man.
Yeah.
What does Pretty Do say? Looking for his flight suit. Who are you talking about, Pretty Do? Over on Rumble.
Oh.
Shenanigans. Looking for his flight suit. Oh, because of Superman. I get it.
Yeah. I'll never get that, man. I'm trying to think of what other stuff that I saw so much. You know what? One thing, and it's not a full on story, but it explains how I ended up in South Korea. You know when you go through basic, you go through AIT, and everybody gets their assignments. Well, there was a female soldier she was in a different platoon, and it turns out that our first sergeant in AIT was a close family friend of hers, so she knew him. And when I ended up finding out was that the assignment that I got was actually hers. She decided she didn't want to go to South Korea, so she went running to the first sergeant, and of course he pulled some strings for her. And when everybody in my platoon, when we all got our assignments, me and one other guy, we didn't get ours, and we looked at each other. We knew right then and there. We were like, "Oh man, the fix is in." They don't have ours. We were like, "Yeah, something's going on." So he got Germany, and I got South Korea, and everybody was like, "Ooh," because the North Korea had just shot at and blew up a South Korean boat. So everybody's thinking, "Oh man, Larry, good luck, Larry. Hope they, hope the attack happens at night so they can't see you. Just stuff like that." So, shoot, I was hoping too, but But then the next time I see that girl, right, and she's all skipping down the hallway. She's all happy, and I'm just thinking to myself,
She got what she wanted.
yeah. But then later on that afternoon, after she got her assignment, she got Fort Hood, Texas. She's happy as hell until she finds out that her unit is deploying to Bosnia. And they were being so kind of polite that they decided to wait a few weeks just for her.
Bosnia, man, that was back in the 90s, wasn't it?
Hell yeah, it was.
Yeah.
She was so bad. It was 99. She
Yeah.
was so mad. She looked sad and dejected because it was that was a bad spot, man. It was a bad skirmish right there. And she was like, yeah, I'm going to Bosnia. And I just looked at her, I just started laughing. I was like, yeah, Korea didn't sound so bad. Does it?
Yeah.
And I just kind of let her know, like, yeah, I know what you did. Everybody knows what you did, and that's what you get. That's
Karma.
what you get.
Karma.
Yeah, I look at it. I see it as God looking out for me because what she probably got, that assignment was probably going to me or the other guy.
Yeah.
And so, it probably was my assignment since it was a direct swap with mine because my last name my last name was like dead last, and the other guys was like second to dead last compared to everybody else. Everybody else's their last name was like from A to C or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I got Korea, he got Germany. He was probably getting Germany all along. So the swap was with me. So she ended up with my assignment. I was the one that would have ended up going to Bosnia.
Damn.
I was like, no, well, tough break. I enjoyed my time out there.
Well, I hate to interrupt you, beautiful boys, and all the wonderful talks you're having. But we do have something over here that I need to get to because over on the Rumble side of things, ladies and gentlemen, as a friendly reminder too, all of the Rumble support is 100% towards the creator until the end of the year, and you guys still have some time for that. So if there's any support you want to send over on the Rumble side of the house, that will get you 100% of that directly to Adam. So definitely go check that out. And so tonight, more fan support for $20 over on the Rumble side says time for shots. And you know what, brother? Since you're only the second one of the night, you get something very nice. You get to shoot Dermy in the dick because it is one of my absolute favorites and everybody seems to enjoy it. So let's shoot Dermy in the dick, ladies and gentlemen, for that $20. And thank you. That is not cheap, especially in this economy. So thank you very, very much for that. More fam supporter. I hope you're still over on the Rumble. Thank you very much for that.
I'm freaking out.
Okay, go.
Thank you very much for that. More fam supporter for $20. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's time for some shots. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
I hate doing that to whiskey, but
But hey, welcome to the world of the internet YouTube channel. And guess what? They pay us money to get drunk, and I'm not complaining. My liquor store certainly likes it.
My only whiskey experience, well, Southern Comfort is whiskey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
Yeah. I've had an unfortunate experience with that. Had a real bad hangover.
What made you drink Southern Comfort?
My roommate, because I was stationed at Fort Irwin after South Korea.
Oh God, you were at Irwin?
He spiked my soda with it, and I didn't know. I just took a big gulp, and I didn't know that he had poured a bunch of Southern Comfort in it. And before I knew it, I was downstairs swinging pool sticks at people and laughing and chasing. But yeah, that hangover was not nice.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't drink SoCo anymore. I had a buddy of mine one night who showed up to our little apartment party one night at our house party, and he showed up with a bottle of SoCo and a 2-liter of Pepsi. And he was really mad that nobody would drink it with him. And so I was like, fine, whatever. You know, I'm like 18, 19, not knowing any better. Don't give a shit. No, I'll sit down and drink it with you. I had my 86 Mustang at the time, and we had to go to the junkyard the next day to try to find some parts and stuff. just some odds and ends, and maybe hopefully finding a couple of good grabs. But either way, I sat there and we finished this fucking bottle of Southern Comfort and that 2 liter of Pepsi. That was the worst hangover of my life. I had never had my head pounding. We we all woke up from the fucking apartment that morning. We all went directly to the gas station. We got like 3 or 4 Gatorades a piece, like the little packets of aspirin and shit where we were just slamming those and chugging those. I was like, I will never drink Southern Comfort ever again. I've had it a few times in like some mixed drinks and stuff like that, but I will never drink SoCo straight or mixed like that ever again. That was the worst. I mean, it gives me a headache just fucking thinking about it. Dude, SoCo is the absolute worst. It's nothing but sugar. It's nothing but sugar.
Yeah, that's how I am with tequila. Right before I deployed, my first deployment, this is a long time ago. We'll take it back even further. The first time was right out of high school. So I was 18, right before I enlisted. I was working at a skating rink. And the manager invited me to be the designated driver to a friend's party. And on the way to the party, we stopped at the local grocery store, picked up 2 bottles of Jose Cuervo. It was like the worst shit you can get.
Oh, the worst fucking nastiest, cheapest tequila you could buy.
We get to the party, and remember, I'm just supposed to be the designated driver. And I'm only 18. And we go to this party. She introduces me to her friend, and I'm just like, I have 1 beer. And I'm just kind of like nursing it. And she comes to me and she's like, if you want to drink, go ahead. I was like, gosh, I'm not feeling good. I was like, all right, game on. So I start throwing them back, And she again introduced me to her friend. We pull out the 2 bottles of Jose Cuervo, and he didn't have any shot glasses. So we go into his cupboard, and all he had was like old teacups, like teacup size. So we started taking shots out of those, and little shots became like full glasses of Jose Cuervo. And I ended up blacking out. And that's the first time that ever happened to me. I mean, I was only 18, so I never really drank before, not like that. And I remember only periods of flashes of that night. I remember like dancing in the living room. I remember throwing up in the bathroom. I remember trying to smoke a cigarette outside, and I kept dropping the cigarettes down the stairs. And then all of a sudden I woke up the next morning in my bathtub. and now the smell, and I had the worst hangover. That was on a Friday night, and I had a hangover all Saturday and the morning of Sunday. Like it was like a whole weekend hangover. And after that, just the smell of tequila repulses me. Like it makes me so nauseous. And it's all tied to that one night. And it is freaking glorious. But I will never drink tequila like that again.
Well, and it's one of those funny parts too, is this is one of the things I've learned over the years, especially being in the military. And guess what? Most of us are drunks. And it's just, well, you know what? Blame the military, blame the U.S. government for that kind of nonsense, because that's just kind of the kind of stuff that they instill in us. It's the culture they instill in us. But one of the funny things was oh, I had a brain fart. I forgot what I said. Oh, but booze affects everybody a little bit different, right? So tequilas affect certain people different. Whiskeys affect certain people different. I've got friends of mine that can't drink whiskey to save their life, but they can drink tequila all night because whiskey makes them angry. I had a buddy of mine when I was working out on base. It was the funniest shit. He would drink just a little bit of whiskey, or not a little bit of whiskey, but a little bit of tequila. He could take 1 shot of tequila, and the next day he would smell entirely like tequila. Like the next fucking day. It was so fucking funny. It was so weird. But that's just the way it is. Everybody's metabolism. Like I do better with wine sometimes than I do with the liquor and the bourbon and stuff like that. And sometimes, like if I drink like nice high-end scotch, guess what? I'm fine the next day. And that's what the biggest thing is. It's like some people can't drink. Not, Gary, my buddy Diesel, some of us can't. And some of us just have to find the right thing that makes us happy. Big Rob is a prime example of somebody who has found something that makes him happy. Bourbon makes Big Rob happy. Look at his background. Look at his stuff. It's just one of those things. It just makes us happy.
Yeah, it makes me happy. Oh man, dude, we need to do Lawrence, if you get a chance, man. I want to do what I now have access to Rumble Studio, so I want to test it out, but I want to talk more military stuff, man.
Yeah, we can do that.
I love talking about this stuff, and I think in today's world or culture, there's like a big divide just across the board, but especially with civilians and military. And dude, it was like, again, it was such a fun life, and it was such a great experience. And when I talk to people who are civilians, man, the discussions are so much fun because they're just blown away at the experiences that we had. And for me, being institutionalized, like, I'm blown away at what civilian life is like. I spent my entire life on the inside, and so just in the past 3.5, 4 years now, I've been a civilian. So this whole world is new to me. So like I love that interaction between military guys and civilians. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it's tricky because we learn how to adapt. When they let you out of the military, there's no deprogramming. You're just out. There and so now you've got a completely different mindset, and you've got to make your way in the world. And many of us have seen things and experienced things that we can't unsee or experience. And when we go to sleep at night, that stuff goes to bed with us. We dream about it, and we wake up with it in the morning. And many of us are trained to suffer in silence. And so, when you hear the frustration of dealing with the VA, the Veterans Affairs stuff, because they know a lot of this stuff. They know a lot of the stuff that's going on, and I think that's a common frustration with us is, a lot of them are vets. Mm-hmm. Some aren't, but there are those that are, and why would you have somebody jumping through all these hoops? And even now I'm hearing that now Congress is there. The VA put a proposal to Congress. Now they want to tie tinnitus to hearing loss, basically to make it so that people can't get a rating for tinnitus.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing with the ears and the hearing and all that stuff, man, like I never understood that, because if you've never been inside of a helicopter or an airplane, a military airplane, it's not like the movies. It's not like where you can just sit there next to your neighbor and have a casual conversation. It is so fucking loud. It is so loud in there. If you don't have earplugs in or ear pro, and Jess, if you're working on,
I'm an aircraft mechanic. Yeah, dude, I used to work around turboprops on a daily basis.
Man. That whine, that high pitch whine that's always there. It's that frequency, dude. Like for years, I've sat in these aircraft, and like at the end of the day, where you can't hear for a while. And then when you come back home and they're like, all right, take another stupid freaking hearing test. I'm like, oh, it's within limits. And you're like, you got to be fucking kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I can't hear anything. And they're like, well, it'd be for your age. And according to the Army regs or whatever, like you're within normal range. Like, so now they're trying to take away the tinnitus. I actually got covered for that. So I have like really bad tinnitus. And, yeah, I don't know what the percentage was, but yeah, if they're trying to make that go away, man, it doesn't surprise me, and it's fucked up because that shit's annoying.
Well, they know because if you've ever fired your weapon, chances are you've got it, and they can't disprove it to stop people from getting it. So now they want to tie it to something that it's gonna be hard. That's more difficult to prove.
Yeah.
You gonna say something, Jess?
Well, what I was going to say is, as far as like the hearing loss thing, it's like, it's one of those issues. It's like they try to do their best. I think the 3M lawsuit has given the military a lot of excuse to try to get out of trying to pay that nonsense, right? Because they're like, oh, we're just going to blame it on 3M. 3M sold us something that was supposed to be good and da 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 da. No, motherfuckers. Like, it doesn't matter if it was 3M. It doesn't matter who it was. 4M, 5M, 6M, 7M. It doesn't matter.
The whole damn clock.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because
didn't each person only get like 50 or $500 or something like that at the 3M lawsuit? Yeah, it wasn't that much.
No, it wasn't shit. And that's the thing. It's like now they're trying to use that as an excuse to not have to pay off tinnitus. No, motherfuckers, you bought these. You approved these contracts. You told us that these were okay, that they were going to protect us from losing our hearing if we wore the earplugs and double protection. And then guess what? All of us at certain times, like I don't have the ringing in my ears all the time, but there's occasions where I get it. You know, and that's really fucking annoying. And I'm one of those guys that have always had a high sensitivity to hearing. Like I could hear a television in the other room because of the electrical hum that it made, that it was still on. You know what I mean? So it's like, no, I know you've damaged my hearing. I know what I could do before, but no. It's not our fault. It's 3M because they screwed up our government contract. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. You guys did that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think they knew.
Well, yeah. So that whole the whole earplugs thing. So if you go back to 2001, 2000 to 2003, it was the first time that we had any major combat since Gulf War I, right? There was other stuff along the way, like little things like Mogadishu and stuff. But when we deployed in 2003 and 2001, like if you weren't special operations, the special operators had the Sordins, and then they eventually moved to the Peltor hearing devices with the boom mics and stuff, or the mics. All we had was little foamies in the beginning, and then they gave us those stupid 3M little plugs, right? But like when you're overseas and when you're in combat, like there's no fucking way you're gonna put those things in your ear when you're trying to like figure out where shit's coming from. And so nobody actually wore those things that was actually directly engaged in any kind of combat, at least not in my unit. Anybody that I ever saw, the MP units and the tanker units and the infantry guys, nobody ever wore them because it would impede your hearing of your surroundings and stuff. So when we would get into these big, massive firefights, I mean, I would be deaf for hours, like hours after this. All you would hear was the ringing in your ears, and you'd get like the headaches and stuff. And I mean, it was just like for a whole year that we went through this shit. And then like they're surprised that the people are pissed off because they're getting questioned on their hearing loss and whatever. You know, it's so frustrating. But yeah, that who was it that over on the I think YouTube side was talking about tinnitus sucking. Bring back common sense. Yeah, man. So I always have fun with my wife because I have the hearing the ringing in my ears all the time. And sometimes it's louder, sometimes it hurts. And like sometimes I'll mess with her and I'm like, hey, and I'll be real serious. I'm like, oh my God. And she's like, what? I was like, do you hear that? She's like, what? I was like, it's like a loud, high-pitched ringing. And she's like, oh my God, you idiot. I'm like, it's just in your head. I'm like, no, I freaking hear it. It's so loud, man. It sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah.
I have it constantly. It doesn't go away.
Yeah. Mine's constant, but like sometimes I'll get like the sharp, the real sharp, loud, intense one, and then it kind of goes back to its normal constant. But they had to give me hearing aids and stuff to offset the frequency, and I hate wearing them. It's just real uncomfortable. And but c'est la vie.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things. It's like it reminds everybody that the military, to a certain degree, counts you as a number, and the government is the worst part about that. You know, it's like there's a lot of people out there that care about vets, obviously, that do a lot of things to try to push for it. Trump was great about pushing for a lot of those things, but there's also a lot of people out there that just are like, you're just numbers. We don't care about you. And it's so bad. It's like, you know, like I should go and try to get VA disability benefits. I should. But it's like I went to, the VA with my mom in the 90s. I saw the guys from Vietnam that had the Agent Orange that was causing their skin to peel off, and I had my mom who had, L4, L5 damage to her spine and like all the rest of these things. And I'm like, y'all just screw these people over so bad. Why would I even want to get involved in this system to begin with? And it's just like, it's such a tragedy to see because it's gone on so roughly for so long. It just, I fucking hate it.
Yeah. I used to, towards the end of my career, like when they started sending you to all the doctor's appointments and stuff for your claims, and it wasn't just me because I was in the medical field, so I had dealt with a lot of guys getting out, doing their final physicals and stuff. And there's a tendency for guys. I was fortunate; I didn't get too hurt. I mean, I took a lot of hits, but I didn't lose a limb, I didn't lose an eye like a lot of my friends did, and I was very reluctant to like try to press the system on claims. I was like, I'm alive. I've got all my limbs and I'm fine. I just want to get out. And it was actually a civilian doctor, counselor that I was talking to. And he was like, no, man, you guys, especially the guys in the last 20 years, you guys have to file these claims appropriately because like you're not just getting out and comparing yourself to your fellow soldiers, your fellow teammates or whatever. I mean, like you're comparing yourself, like your current physical condition to the rest of the country, to the rest of the population. And like if you care, like if you take the average civilian and the average military guy that's been in for 20 years, the amount of abuse that you've put on your body is exponentially worse than like your average civilian. And he kind of put it into perspective, and I was like, all right, I've had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've had 5 surgeries. I've gotten hurt a bunch overseas. I was just like, all right, I'll just file what I need to file. And I ended up getting 100%. But it wasn't easy, man. They were very resistant to it. And you have to fight them a little bit, and you shouldn't have to. And it sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty big nonsense. It's one of those things. It's like of all the people in the world that you should like prioritize taking care of, you'd think it would be your veterans. And we are the ones that a lot of the time get lost the most. And that's such a fucking sad and pathetic thing to see. It's so bad.
Venom over on YouTube. I took my 100% and ran. Yeah, me too. But me too, man. Yeah, me too.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it right there, man. If you can get that 100%, yeah, take it and run and just go and enjoy your life, man. The military and the government put you through enough bullshit. So by all means, yeah, fucking get that shit and get it. So, yeah. I did have one of her at least slightly positive thing.
Yeah.
That to go over as well for the evening. I wanted to double check that it was positive before I did it. Here we go. But I thought this was kind of a happy thing. Catholic Women's College reverses decision to allow transgender students after public outrage. A Catholic Women's College in Indiana apologized for saying it would allow male students to identify as women to enroll and announced that it had reversed its decision after public outrage. St. Mary's College President Katie Comboy, color is shocked it was a woman, said in November that the college in South Bend, Indiana would allow transgender women into college as students for the academic year beginning 2024. We are by no means the first Catholic Women's College to adopt a policy with this scope. The decision was approved by the president's task force for gender identity and expression. Oh, color us shocked. They had a task force for that. I'm drafting language for this update. I have relied on the guidance of executive teams and others to ensure that our message is not only in line with our best practices of today's college students, but that it also encompasses our commitment to operate as a Catholic women's college. I don't know how you can operate as a Catholic women's college if you're trying to do this kind of stuff. So among those who criticized the decision was Bishop Kevin Rhodes, the bishop of Fort Wayne, South Bend, who issued a lengthy statement admonishing the college for acting contrary to the church's theology. The desire for St. Mary's College to show hospitality to people who identify as transgender is not the problem. The problem is a Catholic women's college embracing a definition of a woman that is not Catholic. I urge the Board of Trustees of St. Mary's College to correct its administrative policies in the fidelity to Catholic Church identity and mission to its charge to protect and reject ideologies of gender that constrict to the authoritative teachings of the Catholic Church, whereas the human person, sex and gender. On Thursday, Convoy issued another email saying the college had reversed its decision. When the board approved this update, we viewed it as a reflection of our college's commitment to our lives, to live our Catholic values as loving and just community. We believe it affirmed an identity as inclusive, Catholic, women's college. It's increasingly clear, however, that the position we took is not shared by all members of our community. Color is shocked. Oh, you mean like the fact that the people you're trying to identify represents a small fraction of the identity population and nobody gives a shit about them? They're actually legitimately less than 1%? Weird concept. Some worried that this was much more than a policy decision. They felt it was a delusion of our delusion of our mission, delusion of our mission, or even a threat to our Catholic identity. Someone on to reaffirm the college's commitment to the journey's equality, inclusion, and justice. Here's more about the controversy. I'm actually kind of shocked. They backtracked on this, but at least I think it's a good sign. I think it shows you that the public is winning. I think that this is a great sign for everybody all around. I think this is honestly a positive story to end with. So what do you guys think about this? Do you think this is the right way a Catholic church, considering based on their doctrine, should go? If you don't know a lot about the Catholic Church, do you think this is something that just general schools should populate? Because guess what? This is nonsense ideology that's trying to corrupt children. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, they never should have done that in the first place. But if I read correctly the other day, I read an article that said that the Pope is now allowing cardinals to bless same-sex marriages.
Bishop, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So I man, this is I'm glad I heard about this article. I heard about this Catholic school, and I'm glad that it ended the way it did. But this was a reversal, which means initially they kind of just went ahead with whatever the current thing is, and that seems to be a trend with it within the Catholic Church. Like they just got rid of that. I think it was a New York bishop or whoever it was. They just they recalled him or took away his. I don't know how it works, but he was an outspoken critic of the current thing, and I think they revoked his status and are kind of reprimanding him. But it's awesome that people are taking a stand. However this came about, they reversed it, and hopefully other schools will do the same.
Lawrence, got any thoughts on that?
No.
If not, I can go off for a while. So I mean,
yeah, go ahead. I mean,
dude, it sucks, man. It's like,
I mean, Big Robbie. I mean, you're right. I mean, they were just gonna. I mean, just who did they think was not gonna have a problem with that?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with the church. I'm not a big fan of this Pope, and it's not just me. That seems to be a common consensus with a lot of Catholics out there. The way things are going right now with the current thing and all these schools, it sucks, and I hate to see it. But whenever there's a win, man, just freaking. Just promote it and be happy that this Catholic school took a stand.
No, I completely agree with you on that one too, and I think that's what, like I said, that's why I thought this was kind of like a positive story. It's the fact that between enough backlash from their own community, which when I say community, I mean the Catholic Church, the people that are going there every day, the people that are going to church all the time. The people that push back against this kind of nonsense. And I love to see this because this is what I always try to remind everybody. We are winning. You know, we are really winning. The wind really is, the sails really are at our back. Yeah, I know we got a lot of nonsense. We talked about it earlier with Trump banned from Colorado, but even the Democrats are like, holy shit, please let this get overturned by the Supreme Court, you know, because like even at some level, I think this is one of the things I've said this a million times. I think the reason why these freaks, these trannies, a lot of these kind of people, the reason why they push all this agenda is because they want the culture to accept them. They want the world to accept them, right? Because on some fundamental level, they know what they're doing and what they talk about and the way they live their lives is fundamentally wrong, right? It's against the way things are supposed to happen, right? It's against the natural order of things, right? And they know that and they understand that. And so they try to pressure and push this nonsense on the culture, hoping the culture will change so that the culture accepts them, right? And I think that's their goal. I think that's their plan. The problem is the culture is never going to accept them as a whole because guess what? A transgender person, a homosexual person, you don't benefit the culture. Why? Why don't you benefit the culture? Because you don't produce children. And you know what? I'm sorry. That's the way we have to look at things, but we are still a race of human beings. We have to perpetuate ourselves. We have to have children. We have to have children to replace us. We have to have children that replace us and expand upon our own line because how else are we ever going to grow? You know, and that's the problem with it is these people are monsters that are pushing for things that are literally going to destroy the human race as a whole. And that's the worst part about it is fuck this shit. Like, I'm not going to put up with this nonsense. I'm not going to put up with this BS. I'm not going to allow my children to be propagated into this BS, into this nonsense, because it destroys families. It destroys the world. It destroys the culture. Elon Musk has even said it. Get on top of each other. You need to start having babies. You don't have enough people for us to get to Mars right now because of what you guys are doing. You know, birth control is rampant in our culture. And it's for why? If you're in a monogamous relationship, why are you on birth control? You know, if you're in a relationship with somebody that you only believe that that's all that's going to be fun, what's the point? You know, but I mean, that's just me wanting to have everybody get on top of each other and have babies. But like, I mean, it all ends up falling into the same kind of nonsense. It all ends up falling into the same kind of stuff. They want the destruction of human civilization. And guess what a great way to do that is? Make everybody trans. Because guess what? Trans people can't have babies.
Yep. you see what just happened too. What was it a few days ago? That trans activist, I forget what state he was fighting to have the laws changed for, but he just got arrested for the R word of 2 young boys.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, and Jaya says transgenders are not trans fats. Yeah, transgenders are not trans fats. Absolutely, absolutely.
I don't know. You're right, Jesse. I mean, the culture thing. You take control of the things that you can, your family and your neighbors and your community. Just kind of set the example how you raise your kids, and hopefully we can push this weird debauchery out. I'm optimistic. I guess it just depends on where you live, because when I go to California, I don't feel so cheery. But when I'm here in the South, it's a little bit different.
Well, and that's always my thing too. Is people need to understand we're not losing anymore. We haven't been losing for a while now. Like, we are actually starting to win. And one of the reasons why I switched over from politics to culture, like, I love this politics show. I like being able to vent about this kind of stuff. I like being able to talk about the good things, the bad things, and all the craziness going on, because this stuff has to be highlighted. This stuff has to be talked about, right? Mm. But at the end of the day, if you don't change the culture, if you don't change the people, if you don't change the stories, if you don't change what influences children specifically, if you don't change what introduces families, you're not going to make a damn bit of difference, because we can change. We can bust our asses really, really hard. We can bust our asses really, really hard to try to fix politics, right? But if we only change the people who are alive right now, if we only change the people's minds who are alive right now, or who are voting age right now, what difference is that going to make us in 10 years? What difference is that going to change? It's not. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference, because the generation that comes after us are going to be involved and influenced by the exact same things. So you have to change the culture, which is one of the reasons why Adam has decided that we are doing pop culture stuff over here on this channel. So if you haven't already, make sure you go watch those videos. Please comment on those videos, because all comments especially help out hugely with the algorithm. Even if you just say, come over and say hi, all of that stuff matters. All that stuff happens, and it changes things. What do we see right now with going on with Disney? Disney is failing miserably. They have a proxy fight going on. Warner Brothers is getting ready to acquire Paramount. Paramount is responsible for the destruction of Star Trek. Like, there's so many of these good things that we see out there, and we are winning. This is not a fight that is over by a long means. We have not lost. We have not lost to the weirdo conspiracy theories, nut jobs out there. We are winning. And as long as we keep pushing, as long as we keep forcing this, as long as we keep exposing this nonsense, as long as we keep calling out the Supreme Court of Colorado, as long as we keep calling all of these people out, we are going to continue to win. Because guess what? At the end of the day, the weirdos out there, whether it be in politics or whether it be in Hollywood, think that very small minority, that very vocal minority of these weirdos, these woke occultists, these transgender, all the rest of this nonsense, they think these people are very loud in a major part of the population. What they're finding out is it's not. And that's why they're losing. That's why they're failing. And it's going to be a beautiful thing going forward on politics and culture going forward, because they are losing, we are winning, and that they can't stop us. They cannot stop us at this point. And that's one of the things I'm most excited about going forward in the future. So does anybody else have anything they're excited about going forward in the future before we get out of here?
Yeah, I mean, just looking forward to
2024.
Yeah.
Right around the corner, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Days away. 8 days away, or 9 days.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not fazed by all the talk. Oh, it's gonna be World War III and blah. It's like, look, everything is gonna work out the way it's supposed to. Period. We know that it's gonna be a fight and doing all this stuff. I mean, we knew this stuff was coming with the elections and all. We all knew this was coming. You know, you could see it coming. But I believe that this year, in the end, people are going to stand up. You know, this country's been around for a long time. What's going on today, it's not new. It was going on in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. You know, so it's just on a grander scale because everybody has access to the internet.
Yeah.
But a lot of this stuff was going on during the 60s. We made it through then. We'll make it through now.
Yes. And I completely agree with you that. That's one of the reasons why, like, I do a Bible study on my Sunday on channels on every Sunday at 2 p.m. And we go through we're going through the Old Testament right now. And one of the things that we have found going through the Old Testament, and you can go through, you know, any kind of historical data and you'll find the exact same thing. Cultures. What happens with cultures, right? Wow. Cultures believe in morality. You could go back to the Old Testament, and you know we've got our dear sweet friend Shia, who is a Jew. Go back to the Old Testament. You watch what the Old Testament did, right? You see that stuff. You see the culture listens to God, does the right things, listens to morality, does the right thing to their fellow man, and guess what? Things go well for them. And then they decide to go, you know what? We're a bunch of narcissists. We know better than God. We can do things our own way. We'll follow his rules, but we're also going to do our own kind of thing. And what happens, right? You look at the Old Testament. What happens? The Jews get overran by another culture. Their temple gets destroyed. Same thing you saw happen with the Romans, right? The Romans got too egotistical. They got all this nonsense. They were like, oh, we can just do whatever we want. We're the smartest, bestest thing ever happened. And guess what happened? Eventually the Roman Empire collapsed. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're seeing. A lot of people are like, you know, I go to a Baptist church, right? I love my Baptist brothers and sisters, but they are always, Jesus is coming tomorrow. You know, they're not literally like that, but you know, they're always like, you know, let's pray for the let's pray for you know, for the redemption, for all of us going to heaven and the world getting left behind and all of that kind of nonsense. And I'm like, no. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm just, you know, I'm just a humble common nerd over there on Sundays that just reads out of the Bible. I'm just reading the book and telling everybody what it says. But my personal belief is I think we are honestly in the same cycle as what we saw in the Old Testament. I don't think we're going to see and I could be completely wrong. And you know what? If I am wrong, woohoo, I get to go to heaven earlier. But if not, it's one of those things like I would rather try to save everybody that I absolutely possibly can, you know, and I would rather see our species end up as a universal species. You know, we go out to Mars, we go out to Saturn, we go out beyond. And you know what? What's wrong with building a universal species that spreads the gospel to every corner of the universe? You know, some of these words are in the Old Testament and some of the words in the New Testament are, you know, they're like, does it mean world? Does it mean universe? What does it mean? I don't know. I don't care. I'm just going to live my life the best I can. I'm a sinner. I'm always going to screw up and everything else is fine. And guess what? We're going to see what happens in the future. Hopefully we see something positive. I honestly think we're just in a cultural cycle situation. And I think we're now at the time where the pendulum is finally swinging back. And that swinging back is going to be hard for a lot of people because they are going to lose a lot of the power that they had. Prime example, comic books. I'm the guy that's crazy out there right now trying to bash the comic store owner and a lot of the other guys that have come out there and been like, yeah, no, you guys have fucked the comic book industry up. And I think that's going to swing back. And I think we're going to see something great coming out of that. I think it's going to be the same with politics. I think we have the wind at our back. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that? Do you guys think we're winning or do you guys think we're losing?
No, I think we're winning. In fact, I mean, I'm going to shameless plug mine. I'm actually working on a few ideas. I'm actually working on ideas for a few comic books myself. I think what's going to happen is a lot of independent creative people are going to come to are just going to start rising up and just start putting this stuff out there. You know, it's easy. Are you
an artist, or are you just kind of collabing and putting stuff together, or what?
No, I'm a writer, and
Nice.
I am a writer. I definitely am a very creative person, but I can't draw with a lick, so I will be looking for and hiring artists.
Yeah, cool. I love it, man.
I mean, it's one of those things. Honestly, I have this. I'm not going to tell too much about this idea because I don't want it to get out there into the world too much. But I have this idea that I've had a story in my head for years, and I've even written some of it down, and I've done a lot of bullet points. And it's one of those things. What I always try to remind everybody: you guys want us to have great stories. You guys want us to build these things. I have members that come in and ask that kind of stuff. If you guys think we are good enough to create things, support us the way Rippaverse has been supported. Come find us on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, become a channel member. Make yourself green in the chat. If you're on Rumble, become red in the chat. You know, send us super chats. Do all that kind of stuff. Become members because the memberships, joining the locals, all that kind of stuff is guaranteed money for us to be able to continue to produce this kind of quality content. And if somebody we have to take a week off to help write a book because you guys want good quality content, those memberships, those subscriptions, those locals memberships, all that stuff, it's $5 a month. It's less than the price of a cup of coffee. All of that stuff makes it to where we can continue doing this kind of thing. We can continue to grow and we can continue to do this full time. So please, if you haven't already, please come subscribe. Please come help all that kind of stuff out because trust me, lots of us have a lot of great ideas that we would love to get done. And if we didn't have to worry about live streaming or, you know, making a video every single day, like that would make the world of a difference to all of us.
Yeah.
And
hey,
that would,
Jesse, sorry to interrupt you. So I think it's Chaya, that's her name. So
yes,
I just wanted to address it. So Chaya, I have no problems with you joining me. I'm all for creative collaboration. For me, it's about putting a product up there. I mean, Jesse, Rob, we're all vets, man. We know we're all vets. We know that we have the resources to put something together. We could literally, I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have to be the next Marvel. You know, we can do our own things, but we have the means and we have the resources that's given to us because we're vets to be able to do things like that.
No, and you're absolutely right. And that's the other thing. And yeah, and what Chai is saying, she says, there we go. Oh, Laurence, I basically trained finance planner. Can I join you? And yeah, and that's one of those things. It's like, and like Chai is a good friend of the channel over here. I can send her the links. Like, just let me know if you guys want to do something. Like I've got like, I don't know what kind of painting stream you guys are wanting to do, but I've got like 5 million models that I need to paint.
Nice.
Yeah, that's my biker Warhammer model. So I've got if you guys want to do painting streams, like LG, if you want to get together, like I said, I got a 24-hour stream coming up on Friday night tomorrow night. Dude, there's no reason we couldn't spend like a couple hours just painting our models and like hanging out. And if Chaya wants to come hang out, we can send her the link and she can come hang out and she can paint. And because I know she's got some really cool ideas for like some Donald Trump paintings and all kinds of other things. So if she can do it, if she's the artist that can do it, that'd be fucking great, dude.
That's
my channel's open to pretty much anybody. You know what I mean? We can come in and have fun all the time. So yeah, I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea, Laurence. It's good.
Yeah, I've thought about doing something like that. Not a painting stream, but like a tattoo stream. I don't know if those are a thing. Are they? Has anybody ever done that, or is that even allowed?
What? Well, sorry, I missed what you said.
Tattoo stream. So like I do tattoos.
Oh, you're a tattoo artist.
I mean, I do them. I don't know that I'm an artist, but like a lot of my tattoos I've done myself, and I love doing them. It's been a while, but like I always thought about doing that on stream just to see if there'd be any interest. Yeah, that'd be fun.
There's a lot of people out there that have an interest in tattoos, but they might be intimidated by the process.
Yeah, especially on Rumble. I don't see a whole lot of it on Rumble.
Well, there you go.
And that's one of the things that I want to push on, like Kick and Rumble and some of those other kind of things. Is like the stuff that like Warhammer 40K painting streams for D&D models and all that kind of stuff is popular on Twitch. But if we can get that stuff popular on Kick, then that'll give an excuse for all of those people to move over and find, Geeks and Gamers Tabletop, find themselves I hate saying the word safe space, but like, but that's what it's become, right? Because like the world of fantasy models and D&D and all that kind of stuff has been overtaken by all these woke fucking nut jobs. So it's like, you need to find a space where you can still come and play your D&D, where you can still paint your models. And guess what? You can still say gamer words. You can still say, you know what? This shit is gay. And you're not going to get in trouble for that. And I think that's really important. I think it's one of the things I love about what Geeks and Gamers Tabletop is doing. It's one of the reasons why I want to push that. That's why we always want to do painting streams. That's why I want to do painting streams with you guys, because we can open up that stuff to a whole nother world of nerds that think that they're being ostracized by the mainstream. And we're not going to put up with that. We're not going to allow that. You want to come hang out with us?
Figures.
Yeah, I think it seems like people like the idea. I'll have to set up a second camera, but I think it'll be fun, man. I love doing tattoos, especially on myself. But eventually, I think I want to do it on stream. I think that'd be a lot of fun to do it.
Oh yeah, especially like a how-to or like people who might have an interest in starting tattoos. I know my wife is she's good at drawing, and I told her for Christmas I was going to get her a beginner's, like a school kit. I guess I looked it up on Amazon, kind of jumping a bit, but it came with the device, the tattooing device, and it had some kind of material that simulates skin, so she could practice and draw on it. And but yeah, I mean, if you did stuff like that, I mean, that, like you said, nobody on Rumble is doing that.
Yeah, I noticed that. I actually searched for it, and there's nothing. So I thought about doing that, man. It'd be
you never know who you know. And then Jesse was looking for Jesse. Didn't you say you were looking for someone with to do like voice acting and stuff like that? Well, here's the funny part. there is a member of Vets Talking. His name starts with an R, and his last name, I mean, it starts with an R and ends with an N. And one of his good friends on his channel is a voice actor.
Oh yeah, really, 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 really.
Yes.
Well, I mean, like, I don't need anything like crazy. It's just like, yeah, it'd be fun to have somebody like that.
His name is Joker Voice, and he's good man.
Oh yeah, I know Joker. I know Joker
Yeah.
voice. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
Joker voice. I've had him on my streams before. I've streamed with Joker before.
Yeah,
Joker's great people.
Yeah, and I
Joker,
mean, so you never know who you never know who you meet. There's another guy that I just that I met that watches he's an avid watcher of a stream that I moderate, and he messaged me on Twitter. It turns out the he's a damn game developer.
yeah. I have one of our really good friends. We had him on Saturday night. Gary. Gary's a guy that's literally, he's a veteran. But he's also a guy that's worked in the comic book industry for like 20 years. So it's like it's so funny between veterans and just people that are just generally meeting like other artists. It's like there's so many people that have worked in the industry that are like I don't want to say like a sub level, but are a level that doesn't get your name in the papers. Let's put it that way. Doesn't get your name in the papers. And it doesn't matter because guess what? Those guys, Gary's a great example. Come hang out and tell you all the stories. I've had on my channel, I had the writers and producers of Nefarious on my channel, plus several of one of the extras, the stunt coordinator, a bunch of the guys. Dude, you want to talk about stories? Those guys have got stories for days, man. Like they know the ins and outs of Hollywoods, and they will tell you, yeah, this shit is fucked up. Yeah, this guy is an asshole. And that's I think that's one of the best things to listen and learn to, because one of the things I always say about Hollywood in general is you need to know the people behind any project. Doesn't matter if it's behind Amazon, doesn't matter if it's behind Netflix, doesn't matter if any of that. And in politics is the same way. You need to know the people behind what they're pushing. Because if you know what the people behind them are pushing, then you've got an idea of where it's actually going, right? Mm-hmm. So it's the same thing in pop culture. If the writers and the directors come out going, oh, this is going to be woke, yada, 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 it's going to be great, it's going to be wonderful for all representation, you're like, okay, this is going to be shit. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with politicians. If politicians come out there and go, oh, this is for you, this is for the people. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we probably know this is going to be bullshit. We're probably all going to get screwed over. And so, yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, Chaya says she can do some she's got some good voiceover abilities, and
all right,
that's going to be good, man, especially for what I've got planned.
Well, I've got the software to edit, so all I need is recorded voices and maybe some video, and I can OBS record things all day long. And yeah, trust me, dude, we can have some fun. We can definitely have some fun.
I'll do some stuff for you too if there's a project you want me to do. Like I said, you've got me, you've got Chaya, you've got you got a ton of people. And this is switching to a different subject. Where the hell is Dermy?
Dermy is kind of taking well, he messaged in the I don't know if you saw it, he messaged in the Vets Talking chat. He was like, are we doing Saturday or are we taking Christmas off? And Adam was like, I'm streaming, you guys aren't required. I'll probably be there, and the only reason I'll be there is because tomorrow night at about an hour from about 23 hours from now, I'm going to start my 24-hour stream. And so I'm enjoying the booze and the shots tonight, because obviously I won't be able to do any of that tomorrow night because I have to stream for 24 hours. But yeah, dude.
What time are you starting? What time are you starting? Because I'm taking tomorrow off. So.
Oh, as soon as Vets Talking is over. So probably like 11:30. So are you taking off until midnight?
No, I mean I'm taking the day off of work tomorrow. When are you actually starting your stream?
Then take an afternoon nap.
Okay.
Depending on how long you want to go on the stream.
Until I pass out on the stream.
Okay, well, concerning the fact that knowing you, you'll probably be there until at least probably. Do you have the Halo Master Chief Collection?
No, I was gonna download it yesterday or buy it yesterday, but I want to.
Okay, well, because as soon
I'll do
as it's the only reason I say that is because we're gonna do whatchamacallit, Rebel Moon first, and then as soon as my friend Nightwing gets off, we're gonna play Halo Halo Master Chief Collection because he bought it for me on Steam.
Yeah, I'm in.
But yeah, I mean, other than that, we'll probably be playing Party Animals. We've got Tiny's Dress Your Tiny. That'll come on probably Saturday afternoon, I'd imagine, when she comes on, because of how late she sleeps, which is completely okay. She's in California. She's got a lot of health problems, so but we have that fun stuff going on. Yeah, it'll be a lot of craziness. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Let's see here. I don't know. What do you guys got anything else you want to talk about tonight? I can always find things.
Yeah, considering
I'm trying to stay up. Rob, I know Rob, you stay up late naturally, and I'm trying to stay up late tonight anyway because I have a 24-hour stream that I'm going to start tomorrow late at night. So I'm trying to stay up late anyway. So
yeah, it's
whatever
so
you want
weird.
to talk about.
It's so weird. So I honestly, I only need like 4 hours of sleep.
Yep.
Minimum. Like if I get 4 hours, I'm good for the day. Any less than that, and then I'm kind of dragging ass. But 4 hours of sleep, and that goes back to my deployment days. Like we would be on reverse schedule, and when it was daylight, we were sleeping, and it was nighttime, we were up. So it kind of just stuck with me, and I love staying up late, like watching movies with my buddies, and just being overseas. You just wired anyway. So I think my insomnia is a chronic problem, but it's not always bad because I like when it's quiet and it's dark and everybody's asleep and I'm like wide awake. And I always hit you guys up in chat and nobody's ever awake. So I'm by myself.
Well, actually, that's not true because every time you've done it, I was awake. I was looking. I was like, "Does this
dude fucking say what's up, man?" I'm like,
I have a couple of times. I was like, "You were like nobody's awake," and I was like, "I'm awake."
Yeah,
it was like nothing.
All right, next time.
But yeah, but for me, I've got to get up early, so I am gonna have to buy out. But hey, does Chaya know? Does she know how to get a hold of you?
She knows how to get a hold of me.
Okay, then try to get a hold of Jesse. Jesse and I talk all the time. Big Rob, so we talk all the time. But yeah, man, I'm definitely I've got something to do in the morning. But after that, I'm getting I've been talking for the longest about my channel, and this time I was just like, I've moved, I've got my stuff settled in enough that I need to start. I need to go ahead and start recording this content.
Let's do it, man. Do it.
Yeah. Comment in the chat real quick, and I'll drop your link.
Okay.
Comment in the chat on YouTube, and it makes it easy for me to drop your link.
I'll just put hi everyone.
Yeah, that's all it takes. I just need something to click on.
Like there's always somebody awake when I'm going through my Insomniac episodes. I'll jump on Rumble and look at the live category, and there's like 4,000 people watching some like random stupid, I don't know, weather stream or a gaming stream. I'm like, what are you guys doing up, and why are we not doing something more interesting than streaming the Weather Channel or something? So if I'm up and you're up, Laurence, dude, we're freaking going hot.
Yeah. Hey, the second one that I'm about to put in the chat, I'm about to do another response. That's the one. This is the one that's going to have all my content on it. The main one that I use, is my regular Laurence Knight. It's just I use it as an admin channel basically. But this one, I'm just gonna put high. Where it says Knight's Lore, that's the one that's gonna have all my content on it.
All right. Well, that's the one I need then. That's the one I need. So subscribe to Knight's Lore because we have all kinds of fun things happen over there.
Yep.
Yeah. Should be a good time. All right. Well, thank you, LG. Appreciate you being here, brother. As always, thank you so very much. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to rest, assed out, by all means, pass out, brother. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Sleep is a crutch, but good night, brother.
Nah, tell him.
Yeah. All right, guys. I've got to bow out for the night, but I will be around this weekend. I'll probably pop in at some time tomorrow. I'll probably pop in just to get on your nerves.
Hey, man, like I've told everybody out there, my 24-hour stream is open to anybody who is a subscriber, a member, or one of my good friends. And Laurence, come on, you know you're a good friend, so you'll be welcome at any point
definitely.
through all that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, guys. I will see you sometime tomorrow and Saturday.
All right.
So we can talk about my ghost story.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. I can't wait for your ghost story, dude. I'm stoked for your ghost story. So one of my favorite YouTube channels is a military ghost stories channel. And honestly, I was going to ask you how do you have to go right now?
I can stay on for a few minutes if you want to talk about it.
Dude, Laurence, if you've got a ghost story, I would love to hear it, man. I'm not going to lie. If you've got a ghost story, I would love to hear it.
Well, I sent you that photo.
Oh, here he goes. Oh, you sent me. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did send me that photo.
Yeah.
Tell me about it. So, okay. So my brother Laurence has finally decided to make the smart move and get the fuck out of California. He has moved to Texas now. And he's been visiting some towns. And one of the things that y'all need to understand about Texas, okay? One of the things let me explain to y'all about Texas, okay? Texas is larger than any other state in the country outside of Alaska, square mile rise, right? But we are one of the oldest states in the country as far as all of that kind of nonsense goes. We've had many wars, we've had many of uprisings, we've had many of nonsense going on in this country. And I do say country when I mean Texas. And it's one of them things that's like, holy shit, have we seen some weird shit? Okay, look, I don't know if ghosts are always demons or if they're just sometimes faded memories of the past. I don't know. Trust me, that's one of the things I'm going to ask God when I get there. But I'm willing to go, you know what? There are things out there that I don't understand and I'm not entirely sure about. And Laurence decided, our dear sweet brother, has come to Texas now. And he went to San Antonio and he had a very interesting picture when he went. And you know what? All of those out there, I love listening to ghost story stuff when I go to bed. And Laurence has got some very interesting pictures because Laurence picked up a picture that honestly makes all of us go, what exactly is going on in that state? Are there ghosts? Not entirely sure. So,
yeah, I can go. I can actually go through that right now. So I went down to San Antonio, and I was like, you know what? I've never been on a ghost tour, and I was reading about the Sisters Grimm's ghost tours and oddities, and so they have different kinds of tours. They have, you can walk around. It's like an hour and a half, and they got this other one that they're not doing right now. It's like you dine inside the haunted hotel, and then they've got this one that's the ghost bus, and that's what I went on, and it was worth the $60. So it starts off in the Minger Hotel. Well, I didn't know the hotel was haunted, but apparently it is. So the guy is showing us photos that were taken by people that were on prior ghost tours with him, and I'm seeing faces and things that were literally in the right in the hallway where we were standing, and people took photos of ghosts watching them and things, and I was like, okay, I was like, all right, yeah, I get it, you got to create the ambiance. And there was even a photo of them in the cemetery, and it looked like the girl from The Ring, and like La Llorona, like with the white, with all the hair and the long, long white dress and everything. Look just like her. And I was like, okay, all right, guess this, Photoshop is a real thing, So I'm total skeptic. And we get on a bus, we go down to the cemetery, we get out. The guy starts telling us, he said, hey, okay, there's something called a chatterer. If you hear, oh no, growler. He said we call it a growler. If you hear something growling, in front of you, we just back away from it. And while he's telling us this, I started smelling this weird smell, like a hint of pine and like a real strong earthy smell. And there's about 15 of us. And me and this other lady, we were the only two that smelled it. Problem is that there were 6 people between me and her, and only me and her smelled it. Because we both said at the same time, we were like, what's that smell? And he was like, the guy was like, I don't know what smell, And I was like, okay, all right, well, whatever. So we're walking around, and he's telling us, all the different stories and how the son of the guy that created the model for Mount Rushmore, the son actually finished Mount Rushmore itself. He's buried there, and he's going through the history of the city and everything in the Alamo. And he's telling us to just go ahead and take some random photos, and hey, take photos. You never know what you might find. So I'm taking photos. And all of a sudden, I smell this smell again, but this time it was stronger. It felt like somebody took something in their hand and then slapped me in the face with it. Like it felt like it was an impact. And then I'm looking over at the bus. I'm looking for the bus, right? So the bus driver, apparently something happened before that spooked her in the past, because as soon as we got in the cemetery, she took off and left us. So she pulled out, because even the tour guide was like, where the hell is she going? He had to get her to stay. He's like, he's like, hey, just stay, don't take off and leave us. Just, So she's sitting there, and there's all of a sudden, I'm looking up, and there's this light that's in front of the side of the bus. And me and some of the others, we're like, hey, where's that light coming from? Because from where we were, there was no light shining that way. All of the light was farther down on the other side of the bus, but there was a light floating in front of the bus, and then it started to evaporate. And I got photos of it. I put my phone on night mode, so I have a photo of it on night mode, and I have a photo of it the way it actually looked at night, and it just faded out on its own, right? So we get in we all get back in the we get back in the bus after we were there for a while, and we go we go to this other building, and he drives us through, and he tells us about the old Bexar County jail, and how why they don't do hangings, why they stopped doing hangings in San Antonio, and and we get to this museum, and he's talking about how one part of the museum used to be, I guess it was like a cafe or something, and the owner died saving his patrons from a drunken robber. Like, he stabbed the guy, and the guy shot him in the chest at point blank range, and they died at the same time and dropped to the floor. Well, apparently, people who work at the museum have had to actually walk people back over to that part of the museum, because they were convinced that the museum had hired an actor, a time period actor, to pretend to be this guy. So they had to take them back, and they were like, we don't have anybody over there acting. So people have run into this ghost, and they've had full-on conversations with this guy. So I'm still skeptical. And he's pointing at the window. He's like, we had a painter that ran out of the building, called his boss, and told him that he quit because the painter ran into the ghost. And he's pointing in front of the window, leaning. And I'm taking photos of it. And there's an old man standing next to me. He's taking photos at the same time. And I'm looking down at my photos, and I'm like, there's nothing. But the old man goes, I see him. He's in the photo. And I'm like, no way. So the guy walks over. The tour guide walks over. We look at the photos. Sure enough, there's like a phantom of a guy. You can see it wearing a coat, staring down at us. I just took photos at the same time with this guy of the same window. I got nothing. So then I started scrolling back. I started getting curious. I was like, okay, well, I took all those photos in the graveyard. Well, let me go back and start looking. Well, sure enough, the last photo, it was a shadow of something standing there staring at me. And I got it. And I showed it to the guy. And then some other people walked up and said, hey, we got some photos of these shadow things too. And the guy pulled out his iPad, and he went back to the photos that he was showing us in the past. And he was like, yeah, you guys are the only ones that's caught these photos. And he showed it to us. And that's when I believed it. I was like, oh shoot. Because people can say they can say whatever they want, but I know what I saw when I looked at that photo. I sent it to Jesse. Jesse has it. It's clear as day. Because like I said, my phone was on night mode. There was nothing shiny. It was pitch black out there. There was no light.
Damn.
You can see as clear as daylight.
Ghost stories.
Come on, Rob. You're 20 years in. You don't have anything weird shit that happened to you on like an odd base or any of that kind of stuff. Like you didn't have anything weird happen to you.
I honestly, not on any of my deployments or anything like that. See, so I was on my deployments. I was surrounded by a bunch of people, and my focus was very specific. So like, there wasn't a whole lot of time like exploring or, yeah. I mean, I love that stuff. I like when I was younger, we used to go to if you're from California, the oh God, what was the name of that haunted forest? The haunted forest up in Pasadena. I don't know if it's still a thing, but we used to go up there, and so I love that stuff, but not while I was deployed. I wish there was though. I think the fear I had was more tangible. It was the bad guys that we were hunting. But yeah, nothing else.
Yep, live stream starting in 24 hours. yes, that is right. No, I was so yeah, I'm doing that live stream tomorrow for 24 hours. I'm doing obviously this one tonight for Vets Talking. As you guys haven't remembered, we are doing a drinking stream tonight. $20 super chats and $5 or more Rumble rants or super chats. We'll end up with you more of that. But no, that was just always one of the things I was curious about, because I was one of those guys. Like I've been watching. There's this channel, great channel called the Smoke Pit. And any of you guys that are out there that aren't a military member, if you know what the Smoke Pit is, the Smoke Pit is where we all just kind of hang out, chit chat, bullshit. Like it's one of those situations where, as an Air Force guy surrounded by Marines and Army and Navy and everything else, I normally in the corner of the Smoke Pit, I just kind of sat there, smoked a cigarette, kind of hang out. And it was one of those situations where the military, the Marines would go, oh, fuck, and then I just sit there back there and smoke my cigarette. And eventually somebody would go, but man, those chow halls in the Air Force. And I'd be like, yeah,
dude, for real.
Like, fuck you guys. Like, kiss my ass. Yeah, kiss my ass. You get mad at me all you want, but guess what? My chow halls are still the best. So eat my
Dude,
ass.
why is that a thing? When I was stationed at Fort Carson, Fort Carson had the average chow hall. But man, if you had enough time to get to Peterson's Air Force Base and go have chow over there, it was like freaking fine dining compared to what we had on Carson.
I'll tell you why it happens. In the military, in the Air Force, right? And the Air Force, when we build our airports, when we build our flight lines, we get to save the money left over. We overestimate intentionally. We overestimate intentionally what it would cost to create an airstrip, right? And the money left over, what do we get to do with that? We get to shove that back into MWR, which, if you don't know what MWR is, it's morale, welfare, and recreation. And that's the chow halls. That's the, when you go to a base and you go, oh my God, I can rent kayaks. Oh my God, I can rent a boat.
They're barracks.
Those are the bases. We get to enjoy all of that kind of stuff. And and guess what? Like I said, I always sat back there and just hung out, waiting for the guys to go, oh, the Air Force success. Oh man, you ever eat one of them chow halls? And I sat back there and went, yep, y'all motherfuckers hate me. I keep your aircraft in the air. I'm the only reason y'all are still able to fly. And y'all want to talk shit, except for when my chow halls are involved. So y'all can just kiss my ass. Y'all can just kiss my ass. I joined the right branch for a reason. But I honestly, to a certain degree, kind of regret that a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those beautiful things. That's what we do. That's what happens.
Yeah,
that's what happens. That's the way it goes.
I was always jealous of the Air Force luxuries.
That's always the way it went. That's always the way it went, you know, and it's funny and it's lovely at the exact same time. It's like, hey, guess what? This is the reason why. And a lot of people don't understand that. And that's one of the things why it's like, you know, it's like, and now we've got the best part is we've got Space Force now, right? We've got Space Force to make fun of. It's like the Air Force used to be the bastard child. We were we were daddy's favorite. And now it's like, oh no. Yeah. And now we've got now we've got the Space Force, and like, we're all gonna make fun of you.
Yeah. Hey, Chaya is telling quite a story in the chat.
What is going on?
I think she's telling her ghost story.
Yeah, she is.
Oh, that's right. She's telling her ghost story. That's right. Yeah. Oh, all right. So guys, give me 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, 30 seconds. You boys chit chat for a second about ghost stories, and we're going to get to Chaya's, and then we're going to talk about some other ghost stories, and then we're going to wrap it up. So, any of my brothers out there in the military, you guys got any weird stories out there in the field, out there in any of that kind of shit? Let me know, and then we're going to get to Chaya's.
Well, I don't have any ghost stories. Not really. I have been scared shitless though. But it wasn't because of ghosts. I'm trying to figure out the best way. So the whole purpose of me starting my channel was mainly for my family and friends. I'm very bad at communicating and keeping in touch. And I figured, you know, a good way before my memory goes, good way to kind of let them know what I was up to for the last 20 years was to make some videos on, you know, what I was doing in 1996 and 2003 or 2001 and 2003 and everywhere in between. And my scatterbrain, it prevents me from doing it chronologically. You know, when I watch other channels, they usually will tell a story and then they do something else. And what I wanted to do was kind of tell my military experience chronologically, and my ADD or whatever the hell's wrong with my brain doesn't allow for that. So my stories are kind of jumbled and they bounce around, but I want to tell some of these cool stories where I've been going back to being scared shitless. You know, the scaredest I've ever been in some of these countries that I visited. But it wasn't because of ghosts. It was because of just I mean, you know how it is, Lawrence, just the threat and the bad people of this world. But the good stories, man. And I'll figure out how to tell this story a little bit more coherently, if that makes sense. As long,
I got
as long,
one.
as long as I have whiskey, I'll just keep talking.
good?
Man. Well, yeah, what do you
I
got?
got one. I was outside. It was dark. It was a rainstorm, and I was walking, and I saw something like just flash, and it was like it was shadow, and then it was just white, and then it went away. And as I got closer, I realized that I was outside. Realized it was the window. It was me. It was my teeth because my mouth was because I was walking and my mouth was open, right? So I'm looking at this thing and it's pitch black and it's raining and stuff, and I'm just seeing this white figure floating towards me. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, it's the window. I'm like, oh, this is me.
Dude, I have a funny story. I'm glad that you said that. Okay, since you brought it up, this was 2003 in Ramadi, Iraq, and we had made friends with a local kid. I forgot his name, but he used to come and visit us when we were at the front gate. We'd all take turns guarding the front gate. The gate, it was just concertina wire. And he'd come down and he'd come to a little shack and he would play checkers or whatever with us. And we found out that he can get us alcohol. And we convinced them. I gave him some money. I forgot, American dollars to them was like huge. And I think I probably gave him like $50 or $20. I forgot what it was. And he comes back with a couple of bottles of some whiskey or whatever it was. And anyways, I get the alcohol, and it was in the middle of the day. So the whole night I'm just like, we've got a full day of guard duty, and I'm just jonesing. I'm like, man, I can't wait to get this, because overseas back then, you weren't allowed to drink or anything. Right. And so I've got these bottles of alcohol just burning a hole in my pocket. Anyways, we get off shift, we get relieved, and I go to my so we have a wingman. When you're a tanker, you get a wingman, Sergeant Smitty, the black dude. And like me and him used to hang out. He's a big smoker, and we used to just, we were always together. And I walk up to him. It was dark and it was late. And I was like, hey, Smitty. I was like, hypothetically, if I had a bottle of alcohol, would you come out and drink it with me? And it was pitch black, right? In the bays that we were in, or the building that we were in. And all I saw, because he was so dark, all I saw when I said that was his teeth, which you reminded me of. He smiled so big that I saw his teeth. And when I told him I had whiskey, and he's like, hell yeah. I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, all right, grab 2 Cokes and meet me out by the tank. So I go out to the tank, and it was in the middle of Ramadan. And if you remember Ramadan, they were out there shooting. You see tracer rounds all over the place. So it was kind of like 4th of July. You're watching the fireworks. And so I'm sitting on the front deck of my tank, and I've got the bottles of alcohol in my pocket, and I'm just waiting for Smitty to come out with the 2 cans of Coke. And it was like Iraqi Coke. I don't know if you guys ever seen I don't know where they would get them from, but anyways, I'm sitting on the front deck of the tank, and it's pitch black except for the night sky. You can see all the tracer rounds, and I hear the pebble rocks, the pea rocks, or what are they called? The little tiny rocks. And I hear it crunching, and I hear him coming towards me. So I'm like, oh man, this is it. Finally get some alcohol. We were like in country for about 6 months. And I get up, I start pulling out the alcohol. And again, I just see, he was so dark. All I saw was this big ass smile, his white ass teeth. And I was like, fuck yeah. It was one of the coolest nights that stuck out in my memory. It's like ingrained and burned into my memory. But you said that, it just made me think of that. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. But yeah, I hadn't had alcohol in like 6 months. So drinking a couple of bottles of whiskey or whatever we had, we were pretty messed up. It's a good time, man. Cheers to whiskey.
Cheers.
Oh, he's muted. Don't get mad at me, Lawrence. I'm not racist, I promise.
No, Lawrence is extremely racist. Lawrence, tell it. Yeah. No, I mean, it's there's a channel I've been watching. It's called The Smoke Pit, and it's like one of those situations. Oh yeah, you've heard of it, yeah. And it's one of those situations where it's like, we all tell our horror stories because I had friends that Like everybody had bad stories or had something like that. So, or crazy stories or something like that. So, Laurence, you got any crazy stories before we crash out here? I got one more story to go to bed.
No, I'm good. You got Chaya's story right there. I think we can end with that.
Oh, yes, we will get to that. Yeah, we'll definitely get to that. I just want to check and see if anybody else has anything. I just want to make sure anybody had anything before that, before we left out. Let's see what we got here. So Chaya's got a good ghost story for us. She says all the Mazes were fine. We posted traditional Jewish talismans posted to the outside of my windows in my room. Oh shit. First it shamashed me. I would imagine shamed. Smashed. She probably means smashed. Oh, at first it smashed through one window. Then it was like taking an altitude. Ha 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 ha. I'm smashing through another window. She says next night happened things again. This happens every night for weeks. The being stopped, read the talisman, then shaped through the window anyway.
Yeah. Shapes through the window.
The being came more violent, and there began to be shards of the windows that fell on me. ABD, and then another night cut me in the dream or reality dimension.
Oh shit!
But I awoke and had no cuts to be seen. The windows was not broken, and the being wanted to do me harm. It wanted to beat me up and never did. I believe that. That I believe. There's always a sound. There was some there. Yeah, no, I completely and totally agree with that. I'm one of those guys that completely believes in demonic nonsense and possession and all that kind of BS. It does bad things to you and all of that kind of craziness. Not everybody is down for that. But yeah, no, we do Bible studies on Sunday for a reason. There's always a sound of thunder, horrific, strange. Continuous ominous feelings before it smashed through. It's continued for months, and then at every thunderstorm. Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, me too.
I absolutely believe it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like me telling your story. Trust me. If I'm not intoxicated, I can really go watch my Warhammer 40K videos. I am really good when I'm not intoxicated. Trust me, I'm really good at telling a story. I am really, really good. But we are doing drunken streams tonight, and cheers to all of our wonderful folks out there that have given us rum and whiskey and all of those kind of wonderful things tonight.
Whiskey's a great thing.
It absolutely is. Brothers, do you have anything else you want to talk about tonight? I mean,
No.
we can stay up all night. We can play party. We can play party animals. We can stay up if you want.
I'm at my limit, so I gotta get going.
All right, Laurence. We appreciate you, brother.
Thank
You have a good night. Go follow LG on Twitter and on Rumble. And I can't wait for my brother my Texas brother to be here. Hopefully in my local town soon. But if not, you know what? Appreciate you being here, man.
I plan on it. I'll bring the family.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. Can't wait, man.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take it easy,
All
brother.
right, good night. Good night.
And then there were two.
There are two. So what do you want to do, Rob? Should we play some video games? Should we hang out, or what? Or should we keep talking about politics tonight? I mean, Rob, what do you want to do? Because I'm not in a big rush to go to bed. We've been streaming for a while now, and I know you stay up late anyway, and I'd love to, keep you up late and talk about things. So
I don't know. What does the chat want to talk about?
Chat, what do you want to talk about?
It looks
Chat,
like we still have some people in Rumble. 31 people still? Holy shit.
Yeah, 31 people on Rumble, 9 on YouTube, 1 on Facebook. Chai is still here. Bring Back Common Sense is still here. So what do you guys want to talk about?
What's the honestly, does they ask me anything? Is that the thing?
we can totally do an ask me anything. I'm not in a big rush. Rob and I aren't in anywhere to go anywhere. So please, let me know, because the longer the stream goes on, the more ad revenue Adam gets. And if we get super chats, if we get rumbles, all of this. So yeah.
Chai, I only strut my stuff if we get some super chats in.
Oh, see, there you go, Chaya. So, yeah, Chaya's like, Rob, show us your 6 tattoos. No, we don't do that for free. That's not how this works. That requires at least $20 super chat in order for Rob to show off his 6 tattoos. So that's exactly how this goes. My dear sweet wife. Yeah, thank you, baby.
Don't worry, man. I'll help keep you up on your 24-hour stream.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know you will. I can't wait. Bring back common sense. One of our fine supporters, or one of our fine friends, says, I asked you earlier, have you guys heard of Hero AG? Have you heard of Hero AG?
No, I haven't. What is that?
Is that a if you Hero AG, if you're not a fan of that, if you want to drop that link over on Rumble, because Hero AG just gives me a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, if you want to drop that link over on Rumble, please do, because I don't know what Hero AG is. I don't know what Hero AG is. I appreciate that though.
Yeah, well,
and pretty
it just comes up as agriculture, Hero Agriculture.
Yeah, that's and weird. Bring Back Common Sense says they're going to work on that. But yeah, if you drop it over on Rumble, we can see it and we can click on it. We can bring it up.
Jembone over on Rumble says you guys
are still going. Yes, Jembone. Yes, we are. Yes, we are still going. We had some friends that decided to not show up tonight, and you know what? That's okay. Because my dear sweet friend Big Rob here right now is a guy that's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna stay up.
Hero OG, I get a risky website. Contains potentially dangerous content and could harm your computer. Holy shit, I'm not clicking on that.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna click on that either.
Sorry, who sent that. Who's the one that sent that? I don't know. Yeah, so it's weird getting like being up this late all the time. It's I think forever ingrained into me.
That's the reason why I do. That's why I'm wanting to do 24-hour streams more, and I want to get more well known for 24-hour streams, because it's like it's one of those situations like if I'm not drinking, if I'm not smoking, I mean, even if I smoke a lot of pot, like you're not going to get me passed out. Like, it's just not going to happen. It's just not, because I'm one of those guys that like I can stay up for, for 6 hours. I can stay up for straight hours, and I'm like, what are you guys up to? Oh, hey, let's play some video games. Let's watch a TV show. Like, it doesn't bug me. And I know it bugs a lot of people. So I'm hoping to have that 24-hour stream get us monetized on Kick. If you haven't already, please come follow us on Kick. If you haven't already followed me on Kick, please do. But yeah, I mean, it's like, it's late night. It's crazy ass shit.
Yeah, I love being up this late. I was going to talk about this on my channel, but so my entire deployment, or my entire career, a majority of it was with the 75th. And when we deploy, primarily work at nights. So I would say for the last, I retired in 2020, and for about 16 years or so, like when I would deploy, you were asleep during the day because we had to operate at night, and it just kind of became a habit. When it was daylight, you were in some kind of building or in some kind of bunk or whatever, and you were asleep all day. And then I think it was around 5 p.m. So right as the sun was setting, that's kind of when you get up and shake off the cobwebs and get ready for your night, because we'd have to get ready for for the upcoming missions or whatever was going on that evening. So you would be up, your daytime, your breakfast would be dinner, and you would be up through the entire night. If there was a mission, you'd of course be busy. But if there was no mission, I mean, you were just kind of hanging around camp, at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, Jambone says I am naturally nocturnal, and that's how it was just inevitable. I spent so much time doing it that when I would get home, I think it was just a natural thing. Like I could never get back on a normal schedule. We called it reverse schedule. I could never get back on a normal schedule. So I love being up late. And after years of operating and functioning nocturnally or at night, trying to stay up during the day sucks because sometimes I actually do have a little bit of narcolepsy. And it'll just hit me. I'll be sitting in front of the computer screen, and all of a sudden I'm like scrolling, and then I'll just be like zoning out. I'm like, holy shit, I need some coffee. And I'll get up, and it's just never ending. But sometimes I do hit a wall, and I'll crash for like an entire day. But it sucks. But I love being at night, being up at night. You know what I mean?
No, I that's one.
It's like no.
No, I honestly can't disagree with you. That's one of the reasons why 24-hour streams are so easy for me, right? Because I'm like, hey guys, not a big deal. Like, we can do this. I can push it. And even if my friends can't hang out the entire time, I mean, you guys have met me. Like, I mean, like even tonight, like, we have had, what did we have? Technically 2 topics. Technically 2 topics, and we still figured out a way to talk about it for hours on end. And it's one of those situations where hours on end ends up somewhere else. So it's like, oh, we need to talk about these kind of things, and we should talk about these kind of things. And Rob, do you have any big things you want to talk about?
Like life altering things?
Things that we couldn't talk about on YouTube.
Oh, are we off YouTube?
No, not yet, but I'm asking.
Not necessarily. I mean, if I start getting into my conspiracy theories, it's usually about a certain ailment that spread in the last couple of years, but I don't know if people are still getting banned for that.
Well, what I was thinking was if maybe anybody want to come in here and talk about that kind of stuff on Rumble, you guys are more than welcome. Obviously the Rumble chat is fucking great. You guys are amazing when it comes to that kind of thing. If you want to talk about the shot, if you want to talk about any of those kind of things, please join over on the Rumble real quick, and we will hang out with you guys for a little bit longer. Come hang out, click that link, and join in the back of StreamYards, and we will, because guess what, we ain't got a lot of y'all hanging out over here on YouTube anyway, but I would love to hear from the guests, but we unfortunately have to hear from the guests strictly on Rumble, because we all know that you have a lot of very positive opinions, and you have a lot of very positive opinions that agree with us. Unfortunately, because of the way YouTube is, they don't like us so much. So if you want to come hang out on, let me see here. Let's see here. If you want to come hang out on Rumble, please do. If you're a person that wants to come hang out on Rumble, as far as like come and hang out and talk about a little bit of politics and all that kind of stuff, you guys are going to get the link over there on YouTube, and you're going to get the link on Rumble. If you click it, you can come hang out. So for all of you that want to do that kind of stuff, we'll probably hang out for a little bit longer. It kind of depends on, honestly, my brother Big Rob, because my brother Big Rob is hanging out tonight lately. So if you click that link, you guys will be invited into the StreamYards, and all of that will go from there. So please, by all means, click that link. come hang out with all of us. We'll chit chat about some stuff on Rumble that we can't talk about on YouTube, and it'll be a good time. It'll be a good fun. It'll be some grand times.
Let's see, who was that? Who was trying to get us to go over to that Hero AG? So I got it pulled up. I don't know if you want to check it out. Hang on.
Well, throw it in the private chat, and we'll talk about it here in a second on Rumble exclusively.
Yeah.
So we got here, brand. So we got here.
I opened it through Brave. It comes up fine. Through Chrome, it doesn't like it.
All right,
I have to stop using Chrome. I have to just transition over.
Yeah, you really do.
Do you use Brave, or what do you use?
I use Brave.
You have like all your accounts, passwords, all that shit kind of funneled through there?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I got to switch over.
All right. So prior to the chat, Chaya Miller, Venom Blade. What do we got? Bring Back Common Sense over there on the Rumble. We got Jim Bone, Pretty Do. Bring Back Sanity to the World. Chaya as well. Big Rob. All you guys are absolutely amazing. We're gonna go hang over on Rumble for a little bit, talk about all of the things that I like to talk about on Rumble, which include the poke. And that's one of the reasons why I like talking about it over there on Rumble. So we guys are going to see you over on Rumble. So I appreciate all of you guys very, very much. We are going to remove you guys. And we are going to switch over to straight Rumble. So I love you guys so very much. Just please trip over straight Rumble.